Hello, everybody. We're here. Welcome to Call of Cthulhu.
Hello, everyone.
Today, we will be playing a Call of Cthulhu one-shot that Brian, our server owner, has thankfully named the Devil's Night. Would our players like to introduce themselves first?
Sure. I'm Em. I will be playing Millie Flanagan.
Okay.
I am quizzical. I will be playing as Mr. Horace Cricket, at your service.
And I will be your keeper tonight. My name is Eris, and I will be running your game. Would we like to just jump into it?
I'm down for it.
Yeah.
I'm all good in this neighborhood.
All right. Now, the two of you have been called to a small town within the Pacific Northwest, specifically around the mountains on a stormy night. You have been called here by your recent employer on this investigation, Miss Nessa Orlander. She has invited you to this hotel near which she describes as being near her family's estate, and she has not provided many details about the job. You have arrived recently. You have probably had maybe a bit short of an hour to get yourself settled in the small cafe on the first floor waiting for her. Have you two introduced yourselves? Do you have any way of showing that you were here for a job?
I don't know unless we were introduced. I don't know. Is there anything about Horace that would
You were.
stand out?
Let's say that you were both seated at the same table by someone who knows about the job. I can give you two a brief moment to introduce yourselves to each other before I introduce Miss Nessa Orlander.
Well, if we're seated at the same table, then my intuition would definitely tell me that you are here for a certain job, just like I am.
Yeah, you could say something like that. Friend of a family member, let's say. Yourself?
Friend of a friend. Oh, well, I was hired by, I assume, your friend of a friend, Nessa. She didn't give me a lot of details, but I figured she would let me know when we got here.
Well, I see. You're getting very much as far as details in your line of work.
I'm usually the one who provides the details.
Interesting. Interesting opposition then. I'm usually the one who hides the details.
I don't
Call me
think you're
Cricket.
hiding the details that I'm looking for. Cricket?
Yeah, it's what me mates used to call me back out where. And
No, very interesting. Where'd that name come from? There's got to be a
well,
story.
see, Mum and Dad, they came across the seas a little bit, and we got ourselves set up out there in Brooklyn, type of ways. So it's kind of the family name. Crickets have always been members of certain parts of society, let's say.
Certain parts. Well, I've never been out east. Well, not that far east. I'm from California, and I've been mainly on this side of the country, so I don't know anything about crickets in a line of work, just of them rubbing their feet together and making noise.
Well, that's pretty well, but I gotta tell you, usually when I'm rubbing my feet together, there ain't much of a noise that comes out. But
That
let's
would be
just
odd if
say,
it did.
that you'll always know about crickets because the moment it starts getting dark, they're the only ones you hear.
Not
As
the
you two are
only
speaking,
one.
oh, sorry.
That's
I was gonna say, as you two are speaking, you hear a slight knock on the table to sort of get your attention. And before you stands two people. A young woman, appearing to be somewhere in her early 20s and very clearly not in the best health. She looks rather pale, as if she's almost never been outside. Very, very light disposition. It doesn't seem like she's entirely all there at the moment. And standing next to her is an older man appearing to be wearing some form of uniform. If you probably would both be in the position to recognize that this is what a butler would typically wear. The woman sits down, seemingly taking a sigh of relief, as if standing there alone was enough to put strain on her body. And she looks to you both. Hello. You two are the ones that I hired?
If you are Nessa, which I feel like you are,
I am.
then yes.
I'm the one that, got sent to you. Hopefully we'll be able to make a nice bit of work here.
And how much were you? And she's interrupted by the man standing next to her and saying, not much, madam. I believe I wanted them to learn them straight from you. Okay.
That is almost word for word what you said to me.
All right. My father passed away recently.
Oh,
While I am not the most surprised,
what was that?
oh, you good?
What is going on? Do you
Good.
not? Okay, my computer just made something very loud in my headphones for no reason. It just started playing in perfect for Call of Cthulhu. It literally just started playing a paranormal television show for no reason and at max volume. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, that's certainly one thing. That's certainly one thing to happen. Oddly fitting, definitely.
Sorry about that. Yes,
Fine.
sometimes, like I said, cricket, it's not just the crickets, and sometimes they're very loud.
Sometimes they're paranormal TV shows. Anyways, my father died recently. I'm not the most surprised. He was an older man, not in the best of health, as I would certainly be an expert on.
Hmm.
I guess I'm concerned about some of his friends that will be present at the funeral.
Oh, so really recently, like,
Yes,
okay.
I would say 2 weeks ago. Time is not my forte, but it was rather recent.
But you
The
haven't had a
funeral is
funeral
supposed
yet?
to. Oh, huh? Sorry?
You haven't had a funeral yet?
No, the funeral's supposed to be tomorrow night. Maybe I'm paranoid. I was never allowed to interact with my father's friends, but from what I'd heard, I'm not the most comfortable with them being there.
Why? What have you heard?
I I don't know. It's not anything specific. It's more of a feeling.
Well, for what it's worth, if your father was actually more associated with the realms that I walk around with, uh, probably best if you don't know a whole lot about it.
Maybe. But I'm supposed to inherit the estate once the proceedings with the will are finished, and I, at the very least, would like to make sure that it doesn't get destroyed during the funeral. I
Oh,
simply
the
want
will?
some watchful eyes, and
Hmm.
perhaps some intelligent ones as well, keeping an eye
Understandable.
on things, making sure
You're
that
worried
everything's okay.
you're
Hmm.
worried his friends might, like, do something to the will?
Maybe the will, the estate, anything within it. I don't know what to expect, but all I know is that I don't trust them.
Let me ask you something, Miss Nessa. Do
Yes.
you yourself feel as if your life is in danger?
Uh, make a roll. I don't remember which roll, but remember
Would
a
it be
roll.
persuade by chance?
Wade?
Yes, a persuasion.
Ooh, okay,
I need to
okay.
remember the list of skills.
So 1d100. I got a
That is a
5.
5. What's your
Nice.
stat? I'm assuming.
The base is 10, so
Yeah.
My skill, I have it at 60. So the 5th is 12.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a yeah, that's gonna be pretty high. That's gonna be pretty good. Yeah. So that's a good success. It- as you say that, she sort of almost flinches. She's like, a little bit, maybe. She, I don't. Yes, I am afraid that my life may be in danger from one of them.
I see.
one in particular.
Um, maybe. I never caught his name, but
Oh,
one of my father's friends feels a little dangerous. Um,
You
I
have any
know
form of
someone. Huh?
you have any form of security around here? At least for yourself.
She looks up to the man next to her, and he sort of takes a small, polite bow and says, "My name is William Rose. I am I am Miss Nessa's butler and in-home doctor."
In-home
okay.
doctor. So
Yes.
But are you security?
you're quite posh around here, aren't you?
Well, I am not official security, but I did serve some time in the war, and I have a bit of experience dealing with dangerous people.
I see. I see. Well, certainly seems to me as to why my messes made sure to send me out this way, at least. Seems as
Yes.
though, for what it's worth, Miss Nessa, let me just simply explain it this way. For the men that I work for their interests in the legacy your father left behind, I'm fairly certain they'd want to make sure you stay alive. So you don't have anything to worry about from me.
I, I appreciate it. Um,
Hmm.
I, while it might not be the safest thing for myself, I would, if you would like a guide around the estate, I can send William with you.
Oh, but
Hmm.
then you would be alone?
Yes. I,
Mm.
as I said, it might not be the most safe thing for me, but if you require the assistance, then I am willing to take the risk.
Are your father's friends already here, or they were arriving later?
I believe that they are all already at the estate.
At the estate.
Probably be best to keep your men nearby.
Yeah.
I can. I have been known to scope out locations. I'm certain I could find my way around quite well.
Do you have are there any maids or other servants that you have at the estate that maybe would be a better? Then you're not, you know, the maids know everything. So,
Um, well, the only other member of staff left is the chef, who
oh,
I believe will be present. Um,
well, I'd rather have a late dinner than a dead employer.
True. My father was a reclusive man. He didn't want to keep a lot of people around.
Mm.
If you don't mind me asking, if it's not too traumatic, of course, do you know about how your father died?
All I've been told is some form of illness.
Mm,
Some form of
I wasn't,
illness.
I was spared the details.
I see.
Hmm.
Understandable.
Yes. I'm really sorry that I can't tell you more. I am not the most in the loop myself.
Oh no, you don't need to worry about telling us anything. Let's just
Thank
say
you.
that while I'm not entirely sure what young Miss's personal backgrounds are. I get a few ideas here and there. I kind of might be one to ask some more radical questions here and there. But of course, it's to your benefit.
Well, for my own safety, I will not be going with you, so if you have any questions you would like to ask, now would be the time.
Well, what is the general layout of the estate? How large is it?
Um, 2 floors.
Two
Um,
floors?
uh, I would say 10 rooms approximately.
Oh,
There's.
okay.
I remember hearing mention that the funeral itself will be held within the ballroom.
Hmm.
Will be held in the ballroom. Is there a like is your father currently on display in a salon or anything like that? Do you have a
Um,
salon for that?
Not a salon, but if they were to keep him anywhere else, I would probably say the drawing room.
Drawing room. And now the layout of the house, is it, relatively straightforward, or are we going to take a wrong turn and then we're going to open a door and we're going to fall out the house?
I don't think it will be that strange. I don't see why that would be a worry. Who
Oh, trust me,
built
it
a house
is.
like that? Oh,
Oh, Sarah Winchester built a house like that.
oh, um, I believe I
Winchester?
recognize that name.
Yeah.
Isn't that the family that made them guns?
Yeah.
Smith
Yeah.
and
That's kind of why she built
Winchester.
the house.
Right, right, right.
Hmm.
I heard the old lady went a little bit loopy.
No, no, she was a very wise and kind woman, and the spirits were not happy about getting shot by the guns. So
That's one way to phrase it.
yeah, she was not loopy. She was a lovely woman.
No, you need to understand my terminology, miss. I have a fond understanding when it comes to, well, let's just say we all have our own ghosts. Problem is
Very true.
that if I had the type of money that she had, I wouldn't be taking and spending it all renovating a house for every new soul that unfortunately passed to her weapons. You see, I'm
That's why
not
she
as
was wiser than you.
empathetic as someone else. Let's just
That
say.
true. That too.
See, usually in my time for work, whenever somebody has to deal with a little bit of lead poisoning, sometimes they deserve it.
Yeah,
Should I be
no.
concerned?
Once again, I'm just the more radical perspectives on things.
I see.
Don't get me wrong, I know how to shoot a gun. But, I mean, you know what they did with the repeating rifle and why
As much as I
she's.
would love to psychoanalyze this whole situation, fortunately, I think we do have a little bit of a security run to do.
Yes. Your father might be on display in the drawing room, the funeral be in the ballroom.
Mhm.
10 rooms. Is there anything else on the grounds, gardens, or.
Um, well, I don't know how much has been left. I know a lot got cleared out after my father's passing. I know that all the guests will be staying on the second floor. Um,
Okay.
I don't know if I should be encouraging for their rooms to be searched, but if you really think that if you notice anything suspicious, then I wouldn't be against it. Um, anything, honestly. I know that the kitchen may have something. If my father wasn't eating well, then maybe. Um, I know that I know that some of his friends had quite an affinity for the library, so they might be hanging around there as well.
Hmm. Right.
What, what kind of library? Just a general library, or
Um,
did he have specific interests?
Um, well, my father never talked about his interests that much with me, but, he did seem to be rather fascinated with various illnesses in their own right. I always thought that it was to help me, but honestly, I'd never know what was going on in his head.
Interesting. Okay.
If I might ask you something real quick, just one thought. What's your opinion on your chef? I mean, I'm seeing here Mr. Willie is upstanding individual, probably a
Thank you very
paragon of
much.
protection. But what about your other staff member? Any sort of issues you've had with him in the past?
Well, uh, I never interacted with her much, but, she she had a weird aversion to using salt in her dishes. That's really the only thing that could really notice.
Why did she not want to use salt?
Don't ask me. I
Well, I
never
figure we
learned
could
it.
ask her whenever we get there.
It just is. That's very suspicious.
Oh, I don't know. I've known a few old geezers. They couldn't really take a whole salt in their diet. Something
But she
about
didn't
gout
say
giving problems.
her. She didn't say her father had a problem with the salt. She said the chef had a problem with putting salt in the dish, and salt can be very useful. So she has
Perhaps.
aversion to it. That's weird.
Well, aversion and a disinclined proclivity are a little bit different. Once again, we'll have to have words with them, see what they like.
What was her name?
The chef?
Yes.
Ah, shit, this is one of the NPCs I didn't make a name for. I'm just gonna go with
Jesse.
Chef Jesse.
Jesse.
Jesse,
Jesse
never got a
Valdez.
last name.
All right.
Oh gosh.
I made last names for I made names for so many of these NPCs, and this is the
Wait,
one I didn't.
Chef Jesse Ventura.
Jesse.
Sure.
Chef Jesse Ventura. Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Anything else?
No, I
Pink
think we're.
cricket.
I think I'm fairly well. You, miss?
I think that's everything else we can figure out on our own.
All
You're right.
right.
Well, miss.
Well, there should be a car coming soon to drive you up to the estate. I
Well,
I hope you enjoy your stay up here. And she
uh,
stands up, and with William's help, she is able to go to her room.
hey, William,
Yes?
you might do yourself and herself a favor. Don't give her any meals unless you've tasted them first.
I'll keep it in mind. Thank you.
Right on.
All right. So, as Miss Orlander told you, there is a car waiting outside to take you to the estate. You can either go immediately, or if you have anything you want to get done beforehand, up to you.
I'd like to get to the estate and start looking around. I'm very curious about this library.
Personally, I'm curious about the chef. What
That
was your
too.
name
I'm
again,
very.
miss?
Oh, I'm Millie.
Millie. Millie Mill Millie Mill.
Okay.
Just
Got it.
Millie.
No, trust me, I'm so much better with soliloquies than I am with the actual facts. If you don't mind me
Okay.
asking, what
Yes.
exactly is it that you do?
Well, normally people hire me to host a seance, or they hire me for my knowledge on spiritualism. Usually it's to talk to a departed loved one. So I assumed that's why she brought me here, but I think maybe it's more about maybe we can talk to him and he can tell us more about how he died.
I see, I see. So you're one of them Uboles.
E- Eboles?
Ubo, miss. It actually comes from in between, let's just say, around
Right.
midway of the lakes, the Atlantic. It's well, it's usually used as a term to mean hooky, spooky, but also a little bit less um, disenchanting, shall we say?
I guess that term didn't quite make it to the West Coast at this
Probably
point.
not. Probably not. But
I
what
guess
that usually
so.
means is that, well, in my opinion, it makes you a very suspicious type of person. Not that you are suspicious as much as it is you are suspicious of very many things. You
Oh,
have an eye opened towards other forms of information that most of us don't. Is that
yeah.
correct?
I wouldn't say so much suspicious as just curious and intuitive.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, for what it matters or not, I never exactly claimed to be one of your professions in the before, but I'm certain that you're kind of been called a con artist. Isn't that right?
There have been many con artists. And, you know, because of that, people expect a certain amount of theatrics that may or may not have any basis in reality, so sometimes you have to elaborate. It's a
I
little
see.
bit of both.
Well, as it turns out, I'm one of those people.
That call us con artists?
Yes, actually. You
Well, you
may
seem
have
like a
your.
con artist to me.
Oh, I definitely am. You may be able to open your eyes to more suspicions of people, and perhaps you have some real talent. I always keep my mind open to such things. Me, myself,
Have
I'm
you
all about
seen a
deceiving
ghost?
people. Seen a ghost? No. Do I worry about them? Yeah,
You
often.
should. Well, maybe you shouldn't. They're usually fine. But I feel like once you see a ghost, you're less inclined to think everyone's a con artist that talks about them.
Well, my general perspective is this. If I start seeing one ghost, and if I know that ghost, well, then I might start worrying about all the other ghosts that might be needing to visit me next.
Mm. No wonder you don't want them to be here.
Yeah, to be perfectly honest.
Maybe
Yeah.
you need to build a house.
Oh, if I built a house and that means people who aren't ghosts yet know exactly where to find me. And that is very, very counterintuitive to my profession. Either way, seems as though we've got ourselves an investigation to get on. So,
Yes.
you handle anything that might be a little bit hocus pocus that I can't tell, and I'll be sure to watch your back for the real liars and deceitful ones that perhaps could bamboozle you.
Oh, I'm not easily bamboozled, but yes, you can take the more earthly side of things.
Fair play. Well, let's get on, shall we? And here I thought this
Yes.
might be a boring job.
All right. So in the car waiting for you is an older man in his 60s, seems somewhat a little jumpy. This is your driver.
Mm.
Oh, Jeeves, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Not exactly a fan of nights like this. You can see outside that it is raining pretty heavily. Like it's not like so terrible that you can't drive, but it's not exactly the safest thing to deal with. Nights like this, not exactly ideal, but job's a job. Come on.
True enough.
Sooner we get there, the better. Storm doesn't look like it's getting any calmer.
Couldn't agree more. Miss
Yeah,
Millie?
absolutely.
All right. So, Mr. Walter Myers is not exactly. I named the driver and not the chef. Mr. Walter Myers is not exactly the most talkative person. He seems more focused on making sure that you don't crash in the heavy rain. And it takes a little bit. The estate is more so in the mountains, while this is more close. While the hotel is closer to the ground. But you get there and it's relatively fine. Maybe a bit of turbulence on the road, but beyond that, you get there safe and sound.
Miss
I
Millie, I must
don't
ask you.
like those roads.
Miss Millie, I must
Yes.
ask you. Does it actually rain on this side of the nation as it does on the other?
Well, every time I've come up here to like this area, it seems to always be raining. I just that's we're really close to the edge there. But where I'm from in San Jose, it's sunny most of the time, but then it gets foggy. It rains more a little bit further north.
Well, I'm just curious. Because if it rains here that often, well, be honest, it would make rum runners work a lot easier.
Yes, I do believe there's quite a bit in this area. I have some family apparently in Montana, and they seem very suspicious.
Hmm. Well, might be able to provide you some insight to figure out if there is or not.
As the two of you come up to the estate, you'll see that it's a tall, somewhat older building, very clearly has had some maintenance on it to keep it standing all these years. Um, it's hard to see the details in the very rainy night. You know, it's very hazy outside. There's a lot of things getting in your way. You know, it's very much, well, it is kept up very nicely. It could very much use some work. There's vines growing around the edges, wrapped around some things. There's maybe a bit of moss creeping up the side. But overall, it looks like a very nice place. A few of the windows seem to have lights shining through them, showing that there are people inside. As you pull up, you notice Mr. Walter Myers coming out of the car as well, seemingly commenting that the storm is getting so bad that he does not feel comfortable driving back, and asks and walks up to you and says, "Do you mind if I stayed here as well? I don't know if this is your place. I wasn't exactly given much detail."
I don't think it's our place to say, but I'm sure that Nessa would not want, right, Nessa? Ness would not want you to put
Fine.
yourself in danger.
All right. I'll try not to get in anybody's way. Thank you very much. He walks up to the door. Do you go with him? Because, you know, the rain's not exactly getting any calmer.
Yeah, don't want to get more wet. Definitely want to go inside.
All right.
Um,
Opening the... Oh, go ahead.
Basically, what's going on, kind of what I'm thinking right now. Uh, can I roll for spot hidden? See if there's any details about the manor itself that maybe stand out slightly?
I was
Sure.
thinking
Or
Go
would
something
it
ahead.
be
similar.
something else?
I mean, you can do it.
Can we both
Okay.
roll spot hidden just so we can see
Yeah,
if
you can.
anything
It
stands
would be
out
spot
for
hidden. If you're looking at, like, for, like, details about the manor, I'd say that's spot hidden.
All right.
I got a 1.
Damn.
I
Okay.
got a 42, which is over my half, unfortunately.
Okay, so you're not going to see anything. You are going to see that the vines that are wrapped around the house, they're moving a little weird. Like, they're not... That's not exactly something that you see every day. You can't really describe how they're moving all that accurately, but there's definitely something not super good about that.
Like they're not moving with the wind?
Not moving with the wind. That's one way of saying it.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Those vines are very odd. But I really want to go inside and not be wet anymore. So, just thought you might want to know as I rush inside.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Since she's mentioned it, could Cricket actually walk on out there to check some stuff on that?
Sure.
Would it be this natural world roll?
Me, I don't know.
Natural world is basically nature.
Yeah, you can do that. I think that works.
I'm actually kind
Well,
of good at that, but I don't want to be outside anymore.
Fair enough.
I it's gonna be a heck of a roll if I get it.
Oh, because I'm guessing it's low.
Oh yeah, it's a 10.
10%.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna.
I have no idea of
Yeah, that's a
anything.
failure. Yeah, they just look fine.
Seems to
There's
be
nothing.
plants.
Seems to be
But they're
plants.
weird. I'll look
You
at
are
them when it's not
inside.
raining. I'm yelling out the door.
So how close are you getting to these vines? Because like they're not easy to get to.
Oh well.
They're not within like touching distance. Basically, like you could be
Oh,
standing
okay.
against the wall and reaching all the way up. You still wouldn't touch them.
So basically, freaking Cricket just does this and immediately gets his eyes drenched in water, and he's like,
Yep, those
See,
are
that's why
plants.
I was like, I'll look at it tomorrow when it's not raining.
Yep.
"If it rains as much as it does in New York, miss, then it might be raining for the next 3 weeks."
Or it might just be drizzling tomorrow.
I'm rather feeling a bit better if I warm myself inside.
All right.
Take care of me humans, if you don't mind.
Yeah. It's easy enough to get inside. The door seems to be unlocked. Whoever is currently in here, probably pretty casual about the whole situation. When you immediately walk in, you don't see anyone instantly. Like, it seems like everyone who's in here seems to be in other areas. But as you sort of maybe get a little closer, you can hear some sounds coming from a bit further into the house. Sounds like things are getting set up. Like, you hear, like, the sounds of, like, things being set down on, like, the floor. You hear, like, things getting sorted. You hear someone giving orders to a few people. It sounds like something's being arranged.
Well,
Well, if there's only the one servant, who's setting up?
because of that, I'm gonna roll a listen, if that's okay. DM?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so a 1d100. Wow! Oh, that is a lot better.
What is your listen stat?
My listen stat, never mind, it's not bad, but my listen
Oh.
stat's a 50.
Okay, yeah, you still fail.
Yes.
It doesn't sound
no.
suspicious, to be honest. Like, it just sounds like someone telling people where to go and where to put things.
Fair enough. Yeah. Cricket's gonna go around the corner and see who's talking.
All right. Do you
follow
follow him?
Yeah, I'm going with him.
All right. In the as you go through the reception hall and into the ballroom where you hear the noise, you see a table being set up with what looks to be food and mainly drinks. You would both recognize the man sort of leading the operation with two employees who seem to only be here for the one job. This is Travis Harvey. He is the owner of a local brewery that both of you would be familiar with for different reasons.
Oh,
If you would like me to update you on those reasons, I can. As a con man, Horace would probably have been in at least one of this man's establishments, would probably be able to recognize his face, even though he wouldn't be super familiar with him. I'm missing it. Millie.
Millie.
I have an NPC with a similar name, so
Ah.
Millie would recognize him as a former employer, specifically hiring her to do a seance a year prior.
Oh, Travis.
He sort of looks to you. He's a bit of a taller man, definitely somewhat tough looking. Like, you wouldn't be surprised if he's been to prison at least once. He's definitely very stoic, very little emotion. Looks to Millie, has like a bit of a smile, not super big, but like just sort of a, I recognize you. Oh, hello. Didn't
Yeah.
expect you to be here.
Well, Nessa hired me.
Oh, Nessa. I haven't seen that girl in ever. I recognize the name at least. Noah's son. I mean, daughter. Sorry, Noah's daughter.
Yeah.
Why would she? Why isn't she even here?
I think she kind of
Is
got stuck
anything?
in the storm, actually, and so it's not safe for anyone else to come up right now.
I recognize that that's a lie. Do you want to roll for that?
When I use fast talk?
Yeah, I'll do. You do fast talk. And how's your what's your fast talk stat?
My fast talk is pretty good. It's a 60.
Okay,
So
and
it's
so
pretty
roll for
good.
that.
Okay. I'm still getting used to this dice roller. Eh.
Exclamation point R
Yeah, I
space
just don't do it
1d100.
fast.
No, it's okay.
Oh no. That's a fail.
Hmm. Can't see why. I mean, you got up here. Mm. It doesn't sound
Hey,
too out of the ordinary.
hey, Harvey, how you been?
Oh, I think I recognize you from around my bars a few times. Didn't catch your name.
Cricket.
Cricket. Oh, I know you.
Yeah. Let's just say that Miss Millie's with me for now.
Hmm. Well, you
Well, that sounded very ominous.
don't plan on causing any trouble, do you?
Absolutely not. You know me, quiet as a cricket.
Well, you got no reason to turn your wits on me, so we should be good as long as it stays that way.
Crickets
Fair
are
enough.
really loud.
Yes, they are. At least some of them know how to shut up. It's a rare skill. Anyways, so what are you doing here? You don't. I know that you said that you were hired by Miss Orlander, but mm, doesn't seem like the kind of event she'd hire people for, let alone people like you. No offense.
Oh, none
Well,
taken. As it turns out, I'm more of a liaison for her father's. Some other individuals are interested parties. Want to make sure how things are going. So
Hmm.
they thought they would send somebody who's less noticeable and, of course, expendable.
Hmm. Well, all you need to know is I'm here just to supply. I'm just here to supply the drinks. I have no connection to any of the people here.
I see. I
really.
was getting ready to ask you about some of the staff works around here. If you know that they were any
Hmm.
sort of news, perhaps they were hires at some point.
Well, these two are mine. Points to the two people that have been helping him set things up. They're leaving by the end of the night. The only other staff members that I've seen here is that old butler that was following Nessa around before she left,
Oh yeah, Willie.
and the chef seems to have been cooking some stuff up for this whole event.
Have you met the chef? Talked to her?
Very grouchy woman. Only talked to her once.
Mm.
Hmm,
Like I said, I'm only here to supply the drinks. I'm not exactly a regular here.
fair enough. Wouldn't assume anything of you, of course, Mr. Harvey.
Hmm. And you got some good eyes on you, making sure that you don't place suspicion where it doesn't belong.
Well, of course, sir.
Of course.
Wouldn't want to cause any sort of unnecessary frictions.
Smart choice.
Hmm.
Anyways, if you're looking for the other guests, they're around. I didn't see exactly where they went, but a few of them went upstairs. Seem to be bringing their luggage up. Don't know how long they plan on staying here, but yeah, they're around.
Why did you I mean, they're here for the funeral, right? Was there
That's
any
what I was told.
why did it why did you say you don't know how long they're planning on staying? Was there anything weird?
Just an awful lot of luggage.
Like how much luggage?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that for a funeral they'd only need to be here for a couple days, but I mean, full suitcases like that? Multiples for per person? Seems a little excessive.
Hmm.
Well, perhaps after the funeral, they might be staying for the reading of the will. That
Hmm.
can sometimes take a little bit of time.
Makes sense, but still feels like a bit much.
Well, fair enough. And
I'll
you don't
never
seem a little
understand
bit,
these. I'll never understand these wealthy people.
true
That's
enough.
part of it too. They really don't like to travel without like everything.
Don't know how to travel light.
No.
Any of them seem to be perhaps a little bit extra shaky?
I mean, one of them was oddly bubbly for an event like this. He kept talking about
How
some.
was that?
Well, I don't know. I didn't catch her name, but oddly cheery, talking about some weird book. I don't know.
Weird book.
Yeah, it sounded like she was working on something. I don't know.
Hmm. Have to find
Maybe
the
a
weird,
novelist.
bubbly woman.
Well then,
And,
Mr. Harvey, I'll
yeah,
be sure to stay out of your way, of course. No need for,
thanks.
once again, any sort of ruffles amongst fellas.
Well, if you need any extra help, I'll be around. Even after my employees leave, I gotta be here to make sure everything runs smoothly.
Fair
All
play.
right.
All right. And he sort of walks away and tries to handle some stuff with his employees now that he has introduced himself and properly given you some useful information.
Is
And you
there
are.
already
Oh, huh?
is there already food on the tables?
Not a lot. There's like a few small snacks, but nothing significant.
Cricket kind of leans down to Millie and
Yeah.
just says, best to try and keep clear of that one if you can.
Why do you say that?
Well, let's just say when it comes to me, I falsify information. He's a type that tends to give information to the right people, especially for those who ask. So, not exactly the nicest fella to hang around. However, I will say this. If he is playing squares with me, he ain't going to be one we need to worry about. Actually, could be a good friend of ours.
My experience with him is, I think, very different than yours. And he may be very rough on the outside, but I know in there's a big sensitive softy in there.
If you say so, Millie.
I
Me,
do.
myself, I just want to say that if I have a bunch of knives pointed at me, I'd want to be sure that he's one of the ones pointed back at them.
Good to know.
Too right.
I'm gonna look at these snacks real fast. Do they look weird in any way?
No, they're really basic. It's like if a charcuterie board was like stretched out along an entire table, and not like there's a lot of stuff. It's like if you took a normal sized charcuterie board, took the stuff on that, and tried to space it out.
Right. So probably just
There's
set up
not
for the
much.
workers, maybe?
Yeah, mainly. They seem to be snacking on it in between taking boxes and putting stuff on tables. So
Okay. Well, should we go? I feel like the chef is probably going to be the easiest person to find more than this random bubbly woman. So should we maybe talk to the chef next? I still want to see the library. And what is this weird book?
Well, if you want, I could take care of the chef. And if you wanted to, you could check out the library. And,
Hmm.
well, not trying to mean anything, but as usual for these times and eras, most of the time, a nice young lady such as this bubbly woman might be more akin to speaking to a nice young lady rather than a rogue
Very
such as
suspicious
myself.
looking man. Yeah, you're probably right.
So
But that's
I'll
also
handle the
true for the
grouchy one.
chef.
Well, if she's going to be grouchy, then chances are she's already used to grouching at men. Problem is
True.
that being a patient man as I am, well, might be a little bit of a fresh start for her.
If it doesn't go well, maybe it. Well, okay.
Well, if it doesn't go well, then you can certainly come in and help to explain to her what sort of a cad I am, and then you might be able to find some common ground.
Right. Gain trust that way.
Exactly. Always find the angle.
so are we splitting up?
Sounds like it.
All right.
Where? Oh, hey, Travis? I don't suppose you know where the library is?
Library? It's my map. um okay. Head out down the hall when you came.
Mhm.
Go right. Furthest
Okay.
room to the right. You'll find it.
Okay. I will go to the library, and you can go to the kitchen, and whoever's done first can go to where the other person is, and we'll go from there.
Sounds right. I'll hopefully see you in the library.
So who are we starting with?
Up
Flip
to
a
you.
coin.
Flip a coin.
Sure.
Uh,
1d2. Roll a
1d2.
1d2. DM.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lore
and
keeper.
Assign us a number.
Yeah.
So it's
Well,
okay.
just
Hold on.
just literally go for our numbers. I mean, Emily's number 5. I'm number 6. So 1, 2.
Yeah. There
Okay,
you
I'll go with Emily because
Yeah.
I rolled a 1 on that. So
Sounds
All right.
good.
Emily, you're going to the library, right?
I'm going to the library. Yeah.
All right. Um, when you get to the library, you'll notice two women sort of standing there. One looking maybe mid-30s, other one looking early 40s. The woman in her mid-30s is sort of looking through the books, specifically seeming focused in like this. It's hard to say sections because it's a very small library, but in the section that, if you were to categorize it, is probably horror. Um, and she looks giddy to be looking at all these books, and she's like, so much inspiration, so much everywhere. I can at least take 1 or 5. The Orlanders won't mind, will they? And the older woman sort of just looking very much like she doesn't want to be there. Like, I think they will mind. If you want to just ask Miss Orlander when she eventually gets back, then I'm sure that she will let you take some, but let's at least wait until after the funeral.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure with libraries you're supposed to like bring the books back.
I don't think I saw you when we came in.
That's because I just got here.
Oh, well, welcome. Who are you? Sorry,
Hi.
I'm little.
Hi. I'm Millie Flanagan.
Hmm.
Miss Nessa hired me to come out. People tend to hire me when loved ones have passed on.
Oh, well, I might have some questions for you later then. Uh, Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mallory Bates. Um, I, I'm not super familiar with the deceased in this situation, but my manager here wanted to pay her respects to a man that she knew. She gestures to the woman in her 40s, who again looks very tired, like she doesn't want to be here. I am her manager. Yes. I suppose
Manager
if we're
for
doing introductions, my name is Barbara Shaw.
Barbara. Manager for what?
Publishing.
Oh, you're a writer.
Yes, I am. Um, I don't know if you've seen my work. Specializing in horror. I not many people seem to think that when they look at me. I can't imagine why.
Well, you're just so bubbly and delightful.
Thank
And
you.
now
I
that you
take that as a
say,
compliment.
what was that book you wrote?
Oh, it's sh- shadows. Um, she's sort of like scrambling. Well, I have multiple, but my most popular is Shadows Among Street Lamps. It's a short
Yes.
story, but a lot of people seem to like it.
Oh, it was wonderful. Like,
Thank you.
yes, very chilling. I really enjoyed it. It's so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. It's always nice to meet a fan. I don't get to do it much. And she looks at Barbara and who just sighs and just. Well, when you talk to your fans, you tend to tell them a little too much. It, it was
Oh,
one
like you give
time, okay?
spoilers?
Yes, I have a bit of a problem. Um,
Mm.
I mean, how can I not? I mean, when my next book is about, like, all this fun stuff, I mean, two young women running into the forest for and having this grand adventure, stumbling upon a mansion, and Barbara stops her and she's like, maybe not. Oh,
Oh,
right.
but that sounded really interesting. Why don't you want her to talk about it?
Well, when people know what's going to happen, they either try to influence the way the story goes, or they start leaking information that affects sales. And I mean, that's where I specialize, the sales side of things. I can't exactly let that go down.
Right. I mean, it's kind of like we're in this big mansion in the middle of nowhere right now. And so it seemed like it was kind of parallel to our real lives. And there's two of you, and you like, it just seems like much of a coincidence.
It's like, you're right, Barbara. She's right. I am going to include this. I have to. It's like, no. I told you we can't let your fans influence your writing. It's standard procedure to let the writer do their thing and not let others influence it. And Barbara looks at you, essentially trying to imply, like, don't.
But I mean, I wasn't. I was just pointing out that what she already told me was this. I'm, hmm. How did you know the deceased?
um, Again, didn't really know. I'm mainly here for Barbara. She's
No,
she's
this
the
I
one
said
with
to
the-
Barbara. Sorry.
Oh,
This I said to Barbara.
well, Mr. Orlander provided quite a few large donations to our publishing house. As such, he was at quite a few of our events, and while we weren't super close, I was extended an invitation after his passing.
Does
Seems
he?
he thought we were a bit closer than we were.
Why would he think that?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Hmm.
He only made a few appearances at our events. It's
What sort
not
of events?
exactly
Was there?
book signings, book releases, the occasional moving picture release, if we had one. He showed up to all of them. I can't understand why. No one has that wide of a genre appreciation.
There wasn't
But to each their
anything
own,
specific. It was just random.
for the most part.
Hmm. And why would he think that you were closer than you were?
You know as well as I do.
Hmm. Well, I'm so glad I ran into you. Um, but I really just wanted to see the library myself. Uh, so I'm gonna start looking at the books and seeing what's in here.
Okay. Uh, do you want to do like a spot hidden? Are you looking for anything specific?
I'm looking for anything that is unusual, occult related, spiritualist related, anything that stands out as weird. I do have library use. I do have occult. I do have
Library
still have
use
spot
would
hidden.
probably be this.
Okay.
Library use or
Library
spot
use.
hidden, either or.
I'm gonna use library use because that's better. That's a 50.
And what's your library use stat?
50. I haven't rolled it yet. It's a
Oh,
50 as a stat.
ha! It's 51.
I am going to use one luck
Okay.
and make that a success.
Okay. So, as you're looking around, hold on, I have points about clues and shit. Um, so you'll see a lot of books, and as Nessa explained when you met with her, there are a lot of books on various. Biology would be like the overall, but specifically a lot of illnesses. Oddly enough, a few about cancers, even though Nessa doesn't seem to be having cancer. So if it was to help her, this was not in that vein. Um, but a lot of stuff about that. A few about herbology and plants that also seem a little out of place, but as for why, you can't really put your finger on it. Um, but overall, that seems to be the general theme of the books For the most part. There's definitely some fiction, there's some general history, but the larger categories that stand out are illness research and herbology.
Take out one of the herbology books that seems out of place and just thumb through it and see if there's any like notes in it or something?
Make a spot hidden. I'm going to say spot hidden for that.
That is not as good.
I don't know if there's like a
Wonderful.
better stat for that, but I'm going to say spot hidden.
Okay. That is a success.
Okay. How much of a success? Is it just a regular?
Let's see here. It is a hard success.
Okay.
Barely, but it is.
All right. So, as you're starting to flip through it, you see between the pages a paper sort of falls down out of it, and also when it sort of falls out, it catches both Mallory and Barbara's attention as it hits the floor, creating a little crinkle sound as it hits.
Oh, I dropped something. I'll just pick that up.
What's that?
Oh, I just dropped it. You don't have to worry about it.
Okay. On the paper, you notice a few weird scribbles. Like, you can't read all of it. Some of the notes are like sort of scratched out, but it seems to be listing various plants with a few meanings listed. There's one about, vitality. There's one about there's one that's like apparently supposed to help with that. There's one that's almost supposed to help with like soothing. And then there's one that's supposed to help with sleep. That's mentioned.
Which
And
one
while
is
you
that? I have a couple questions. Which one said it helps with sleep?
I don't have any specific herbs in mind.
Okay.
It's one I only have like the meanings and stuff.
Okay.
I mean, I suppose you could say chamomile, but because I know chamomile's supposed to do that.
Yeah. And then with my background and expertise in the occult, would this mean anything to me?
It wouldn't mean anything from an occult perspective, but you can recognize maybe with like the specific meanings of like soothing and a sleep aid and stuff like that. It almost seems like this combination of herbs would specifically be made almost to put someone to sleep. It wouldn't be like the strongest thing. Like the person would obviously wake up, but it definitely seems like it would leave someone unconscious for a few hours if they were to like drink some tea from this.
I'm gonna pocket that. Think on that later.
Okay. Do we want to move over to Quentin, or did you have anything else that you wanted to do in the library?
No, you can move on to Quentin. That's fine.
Okay. So, Quentin, you are heading to the kitchen. It's not that hard to find. It's pretty easy. As you go in, you open the door. There is an immediate burst of steam into your face through the door. Very clear that something's being made in here, or something is probably an understatement. Multiple things are being made in here. And it's hard to tell exactly what it is, mainly because there isn't a lot of seasoning. And again, as Nessa brought up, no salt to be seen. As the door opens, you hear a very loud, "Hey! What you doing in here? I'm kind of busy."
Oh, not much, ma'am. I was just, I certainly smelled something, and I wanted to try and pop in and see what's going to be on the menu for this evening. Haven't unfortunately been handed out any sort of, brochures or anything about the unfortunate forgivens of this event.
Well, you'll figure it out when the event starts, okay? I don't have any intention of leaking my little secrets to anybody who I don't even recognize. She sort of tries to go back to what she's making. Well, she didn't describe it. It does look from, like, the specifics that she is working on at this point in time, some form of soup in a big-ass pot on in the oven.
If you don't mind my discretion again, miss, I kind of have a certain, dietary restrictions on certain things. I was curious, you're not having a whole lot of salt in some of your,
Listen, just like the old man said, I don't add any salt into anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, what a coincidence.
Listen, I don't know why, okay, but Mr. Orlander never liked salt, so I was never allowed to even have any in the house.
Well, since he's passed, I mean, couldn't you have it now?
I mean, I could, but I'd have to order it, and it takes a while to get up here in the mountains.
Ah, fair play, fair play. I was just wondering about making sure certain things. See, I have to have less seasoning, you see. Something to do with blood work. Got it from me pa, couldn't help it.
Well, you won't have to worry about that, okay?
Thank you, miss. You are a blessing and a gift.
Thanks. Not everyone thinks so.
Oh
She goes
really?
back to working on stuff. Oh,
He's like,
yeah.
who in their
No.
damn mind would ever say anything like that? I tell you, you may not exactly have the right, well, perplexion is what me ma did, but you very well remind me of her in the kitchen.
Well, thanks. Okay, but people don't exactly like it when you leave all the salt out of their dishes when they expect it, okay? You get a lot of dirty looks. It ain't my fault, but I get the dirty looks anyway.
Well, sounds to me like they're just being too salty, and you're a wonderful example of giving them a fresh breath of air.
Trust me, I'd be adding a lot more if I could.
Fair enough. But
But I'll make sure to leave it out, okay? You don't gotta worry about it.
thank you so much, miss.
Of course.
Well, you have yourself a proper good time. I will get out of your hair. After all, you definitely seem to have enough on your plate.
I definitely do. Good night.
Good
And,
evening.
yep. And as the door closes, it sort of closes off the steam and stuff. And because of that burst of steam, you see someone coming down the stairs, seeming a little concerned about that. What the bloody hell was that? You see, tall, kind of lanky man, looks to be about in his probably early 40s. Seems oddly calm about the whole situation. You know, it's a funeral. You expect people to be a little more somber, but he seems fine. Just a little annoyed about the steam and all. The bloody
Problem,
hell
mate.
is that?
Nah, nothing much. Just
Terrible
popping in on the chef, finding out a little bit about the menu for this evening.
Well, she's not going to tell you much.
Oh, well, I find her to be actually quite charming.
Really?
Problem is, she's got a lot on her plate, of course.
Well, she certainly does.
Like I said,
Were
she
you
reminds me
gonna?
of my mom.
I helped curate the list of attendants. I don't recognize you.
Oh, I'm here on the affairs of the dearly departed's, well, their affairs, as it were.
Oh. I guess if she's not going to be here herself, she would send other people.
Oh, yes, Miss Nessa, we would be here, of course, but unfortunately it seems as though the storm is, well, from what we're figuring out, may have delayed her, unfortunately. She
Well,
told
it's a
us that she
shame.
was supposed to have met us here, but seems as though we've got us a little bit of a mix-up.
Well, that's a shame. She's going to miss the funeral tonight. For her
Oh,
father, too.
I doubt if she would
Hmm.
miss it. I just think that she'll be delayed.
Well, I don't know if she'll be able to make it in time if she's not here already.
Well, with luck, perhaps she is already. Maybe I'm wrong. I just had understood in one of her latest little telegrams that, well, telemessages, whichever you want to call it. I tell you, some of this technology's gone quite balmy to me.
The fact that
But,
she's not that old.
well, whichever it is, we don't have some of those little fancy things back in my district, so I hate to say it. Back where I'm from, we had nothing more than potatoes for dinner for months on end.
New Yorker, then?
Well, New Yorker, but we recently crossed the pond, so yeah.
Huh. Well, names. Well, I'm Edward Lambert, okay? I was a friend of Noah's, and I'm here currently running the funeral.
I see.
Real shame that he's gone this early. Missed out on quite a few things.
Too right. Especially seeing his lovely daughter grow into a nice, fine woman.
Of course.
Cricket's the name. Horace Cricket.
Oh, well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Hold up his
Likewise,
hand,
sir.
shake and stuff.
Shakes his hand.
Well, I hope you enjoy yourself as much as you can at a funeral of someone you don't know.
Oh, I plan on enjoying myself. Just here for the night.
Well,
Or are you here for, longer?
well, can't exactly say for sure. I'm here for the funeral proceedings, which don't know exactly how soon, but I'm suspecting a couple hours. Um, and then however long it takes for the will to get worked out, I guess.
I see, I
However
see.
long it takes for things to get finished up.
It's something that honestly strikes me as a little bit odd.
Hmm?
It seems as though that there seems to be a lot of this here Noah's business affairs being brought up. I haven't heard much else except for family, save for Miss Nessa. Don't you have any other family or friends that's around? Or is it just business?
Well, in terms of family, Nessa's all he has. Wife died when they were both young. And, well, Noah was an old man. Most of his siblings or parents are all dead already.
Hmm.
As
I
for
see.
friends, I'd say we are friends. Business as well, but friends to be sure.
Oh, of course. I mean, I never met the man, but I like to think of him as my friend. Elsewise, I wouldn't be out here in the first place.
Oh, trust me, plenty of people would like to think of him as friends.
So, just between a couple of gents,
All right.
you know, if Miss Neza, you think she's seen anyone?
Well, she's been cooped up in this house for her whole life, so I doubt it.
What'd you think about a Brooklyn bloke trying to take a crack?
Well, I don't know if she would mind. Just as long as you don't mind dealing with someone who can't get out of the house all that much. Girl's been ill for her whole life. She's not exactly got much experience in the real world.
Hmm. Well, way I see it, fella goes out, finds him a job, never has to worry about his little missus being anywhere else, being able to be at home, taking care of the place, and of course she's got enough money to actually take care of herself. Be perfectly honest with you, I don't see a bad thing as far as looking at it professionally, but I mean she is quite easy on the eyes, at least to my taste.
Well, maybe you could bring a little bit of excitement in her life. She's been stuck, like I said, she's been stuck in here her whole life. She could use a little bit of, unpredictability.
Oh, I could definitely give her some unpredictability, that's for. But still, yet, I mean, that'd be moving a little bit too fast. However, I ain't got much else to do after this, so I'll probably be staying around maybe a month or two, feel the waters, that sort of a thing.
Well, if you get the chance, then I wish you luck. I don't know how long you're gonna be here, though, so.
Well, fair play. Either way, yeah. Let me tell you what, it smells good in there. If you
It
don't mind,
certainly does.
if you don't mind, I heard somebody tell me about a library, and personally, my wandering eyes in the literary arts, well, I'm quite curious myself.
Well, down the hall. I've been here enough times to know it like the back of my hand. Just go that way.
Thank you much.
Pleasure.
And he's going to make his way to the library.
All right. I'm assuming that Millie is still there. Mallory and Barbara are
Yeah.
also still present.
Yeah, I am, just looking at more books and going through stuff and trying to maybe piece some stuff together. And I figure that Cricket will show up eventually because there's plenty of books.
Yep.
And
Well, I will say that you don't really find any more notes in books after finding
Yeah.
that first one.
I definitely was looking for more because it's like, well, there
Yeah,
was the one, there could be more.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, most people keep their notes in like studies or whatever. They don't really keep them in the library.
yeah. I was just wondering if there was like any writings on like, sometimes you'll write a note on in an actual book, especially if it's something that's you know, not a fiction, but more of a working book.
I will
Um,
say, one thing that you maybe notice in some of the books about illnesses, you'll notice as you go through the book, a lot of the illnesses are like scratched out as you go through it.
hmm.
as if like someone was like ticking off options.
Interesting.
Um,
I'll hang on
Cricket's
to one
going
of
to
those to show to
go ahead.
Cricket when he gets here.
Cricket's going to try and see if he can stealthily open the door, just to see who's in before walking in himself.
Yeah, I guess roll stealth.
Okie dokie, here we go.
And you said
Oh,
your stealth skill is 40, right?
Yes, my stealth skill is 40 right now.
Got it. Good that we made sure that was accurate. Ooh, okay, so that's good. Yeah, so you open it and you see all the people in there. You see, well, obviously you see Millie, and none of them notice you. You see, when you see when you see Mallory, you can pretty much instantly recognize that this is the bubbly woman that Travis mentioned. It's not exactly like she's hiding that part of her identity. And you notice Barbara, who seems to also be checking out some of the books, but you can't fully. She seems to be looking in that illness section, like from afar, though. She's not looking at any of them specifically, but she's like checking them out in the area that Millie is in.
Now, I do have to ask. Cricket knows of Barbara, correct?
Yes, he does.
He's going to be
he does
walking in.
recognize her from here.
As he steps in, he just goes.
I told you.
And Barbara sort of jump a little bit.
You see, I told you crickets are really noisy.
Oh, yes, unfortunately, it seems to be. Oh, Miss Millie, I was wondering where you'd traveled off to.
Are you okay? Did you inhale some dust or?
Barbara notices you, recognizes, doesn't say anything.
Oh, it's got to be something to do with some of the things I've been dealing with. Going from one humid climate across more arid places and humidity as it was, and back into this sort of
after a while. You get used to the travel after a while. I'm sure you'll get more used to it as you get more experience.
Too right, miss.
Was there any sense of weird undertones in the way she said that to Cricket?
It's like a knowing thing. Like it's clear. It kind of clear that she recognizes him, but that's about it.
Oh, you two know each other?
Vaguely.
Vaguely.
I am somewhat aware of Miss Shaw's affairs.
We run in similar circles.
Used to, miss.
Oh,
used to.
I bear in mind of that.
Of course.
So who changed circles?
Oh, I certainly stayed where I was.
I certainly changed things a little bit.
Oh.
And then Mallory sort of pops in and is like, you haven't told me much. We'll have to talk about that later. Is everything okay?
We're all friends here, right? I mean, they obviously already know. We're the only ones who don't know, so maybe we should just talk about it now.
Maybe.
I have to ask, do we know if there's a medical professional around out here?
Not that I'm aware.
Not to try and take advantage of the situation, but there's usually a doctor around to take care of the body, or am I wrong in that regard? Especially dear Miss Nessa and the way that she's going on. Always ill all the time.
Well, I'm assuming that Nessa took her doctor with her.
Well, from what she'd explained to us, she was only around with a little manservant. I'll only call him by Mr. Willie.
Well,
yeah, she did say he was a doctor. Maybe you should call him Dr. Willie.
William knows what he's doing with some medicine. That's all I know.
Fair enough.
We don't have a doctor on site for Mr. Orlander's body. I'm pretty sure Edward didn't see it as necessary.
He didn't.
Hell, all I need is a nice cup, Anna. If I get myself a nice cup, I'll be fine. At least deal with this nasty cough.
Well, there should be some
Yeah.
drinks in the ballroom if you need them.
I'm sorry, what?
There should be some drinks in the ballroom if you need them. I'm sure
Well,
Mr. What was his name? Mr. Harvey
Travis.
should be setting them up.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Harvey is a wonderful Jim.
Of
But
course. I'm not exactly
my
familiar with the man, but all right.
my curiosities have me here, actually. Wanting to find out some of the fabled literary works that the unfortunately departed has left behind to his dearly beloved.
Well, I did
Well,
find this one that was kind of interesting that I thought you might want to look at.
Oh yeah,
I'll
what would that be?
pass over the one of the books with like the illnesses crossed out.
yeah.
Just
Are
thought
you
it was
trying to tell me something?
interesting.
You're sick.
I just thought it was interesting the way
Well,
it's, you know, didn't know if you had any insight on it.
hmm. Well, let me take a look, see, shall I? I don't even need to roll. Cricket has no idea about
Yeah.
it.
I mean, all of these, the illnesses seem to just be listed alphabetically. Not all of them, but like it seems like up until a certain point they're crossed out, and after a while it just stops.
Mhm. Yeah. So, yeah, I just thought it was noteworthy.
no, see.
So, so, uh, we should probably maybe, see about, we should probably go to the drawing room.
Ah, yes, of course.
Mm-hmm,
Give
mm-hmm.
our respects before we give our final respects.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Unless
Well,
you wanted to talk about your past a little bit more, hash things out,
no, no,
fill in
no.
some blanks.
feels a little unnecessary.
Does it
Exactly my
though?
thought.
A little bit.
Mm,
Well, there is one thing that we could talk about,
Mm.
considering.
Oh,
And he kind of gives a side eye towards the novelist.
Mallory. Oh, you had a question for me?
Oh, no, not exactly a question. Just, seeing as, I know Miss Shaw, especially with her, dealings in authors and whatnot like that, and young novelist, I assume that's what your position is?
Yes, I am a horror author. Had a few recent hits. Um, I'm. She looks to Barbara and then looks back to you like, not allowed to say much about my new work. Afraid of spoilers, apparently. Um, but that is my current occupation, yes.
To right. As it
and
stands for me, I've always found my, horror stories, I've always liked a little air of mystery about
Oh, those are always the best, aren't they?
them.
I've
Yes.
tried writing a few. Sometimes I'm not the best at suspense, but I am improving. My next one will hopefully be diving into that about two women going to a manor in the woods and finding adventure, and she gets cut off again.
No
Sorry.
spoilers. It's fine. My deal
and you are
is that
both
as I'm
staying here? You're both
Uh,
staying here? Do you
yeah.
have separate rooms? Or are you staying together in a
There's not
room?
enough rooms for us to have separate ones.
Oh, right. Which room are you in?
Guest room, end of the hall on the left, upstairs. That was right, right? And Barbara just sort of nods.
Okay.
well, personally, it kind of strikes me as odd.
Hmm?
Dear Mr. Noel Lander here, he passed by well, unfamiliar means. Seems to be a little bit of a mystery in its own right. Wouldn't you say so, miss?
That is true. I honestly haven't heard much about it, but it seems to have been rather sudden. He seemed to have been doing fine up until recently. We honestly don't know much about what happened. Um,
Hmm.
I don't know if he saw a doctor despite having one in the house, so must have been really quick.
Well, to
Yeah.
me, it seems to be something to definitely explore, especially for a young up-and-coming novelist.
Oh,
Elements of
I'd
the
love
truth.
to. I'd love to do more research into it, but I haven't been allowed to see the body. Um,
Why
I,
not?
well, despite writing about it quite a bit, I'm a little squeamish around blood and bodies and all of that.
Oh,
Um,
that's
I
right. You
would
don't have
really,
to see it.
well, I would really, it sounds morbid, but I would really like to take a look for my own reference, but I mean, not Mallory, Barbara's afraid that I will, pass out, so I'm not allowed to see it right now.
Fair
Well, if
play.
you pass out, she could just catch you and put you down and you'll be fine.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, I've been told that the proceedings are happening in a few hours, and I can't
In a
be
few
asleep when that's
hours?
happening. Yeah, that's what you told me, right? And Barbara just sort of puts a hand on her shoulder and is like, "That is what I said. Yes. Things will be happening in a few hours. That's
I thought the funeral was tomorrow night.
tomorrow. Um,
Yes.
is that what you were told?
Yes.
Edward's been telling us that it's tonight.
Edward.
Yes, he's the man that set out that sort of arranged the invitations and the drinks and everything. You'd reckon Edward, as I mentioned, was the guy that you met after going to the kitchen. Yes. Um, yes, Edward's the man that made all of the plans for tonight.
Who is Edward and why would he be in charge and not Nessa?
Well,
Well,
he's probably a funeral director, ain't that right?
no, he's actually not. He was just a close friend of Noah.
Hmm, I
And so
see.
he's having the funeral at a different time than Nessa is aware?
I thought Nessa was aware that it was tonight.
Oh no, Miss Nessa's assuming that it's tomorrow night. That's part of the reason why
Hmm.
she ain't here.
I can't imagine why she would think that.
Neither could I.
Well, as far as I'm aware, the funeral's happening tonight.
Hmm,
If
I
Nessa
see.
was told something differently, then I suppose that's on her.
You
Well,
should go to
still,
the
yeah.
drawing room now rather than later.
Hmm.
Either that or definitely try and send word Miss Nessa's way.
That
I mean,
too.
surely she'd want to see her father one last time.
Do they have a telephone here? Is there a telephone at the hotel?
I mean, I can't imagine that they would not have a telephone, but I mean, with the storm as it is,
Oh,
I don't know how
right.
reliable it would be. If you need it, there should be one in the drawing room itself, and since you already
Okay.
mentioned that you're heading there,
Two
kill two
birds,
birds with
one
one stone.
stone. Exactly.
There you go.
Can't
Well,
agree more.
we should definitely talk later. I think I'm talking to Mallory, it seems like we're both kind of here without there's not a lot of other young women here that didn't know the deceased, and maybe we could just have a drink later.
Okay. Yeah, we could talk later.
Yeah,
Okay.
we should go to the drawing room.
Cricket's going to approach Shaw and just basically say, Miss Shaw, talk to you
Cricket,
later.
I will talk to you later as well. I believe
Too
we
right.
will, at least. Let's hope we get the chance.
Of course. Always good to speak with old acquaintances.
Of course. When they're trustworthy. I'll talk to you later. Again, if we get the chance. You never know what might happen.
Keep on talking like that, and I might think you'd be regrettable if you didn't get to speak to me.
Well, sometimes it's wise to be suspicious, even of those you know.
Fair play.
Of course.
And yeah, drawing room, I guess.
All right.
Yeah, let's try to find the drawing room. I don't
Um,
actually know where it
drawing
is.
room's pretty close. You can look around a bit. It won't take you too long to find it.
Yeah, and I assume you know where the kitchen is. Oh, I I found this. I didn't want to show you in there with them, and I'll show Cricket the note, and I'll explain. So this, as far as I can tell, is like if you put these together, you could make someone go to sleep with these herbs.
Hmm.
And it was in a book.
I see. You know if those are anywhere around up here? Because usually when you have some sort of concoction to put somebody to sleep, you give them enough of it, and they well, then it's a lot harder for them to wake back up.
Right. Or they seem dead, but aren't. I don't
Hmm.
know. And then the crossed out illnesses. What did you find out with the cook?
For some reason, effectively, like I said, she was a nice enough lady, as far as in my opinion. It was actually Mr. Noah's request that there be no salt in any of the meal, not her
Noah's
own.
request. She
She,
wanted
in
the
fact,
salt.
well, she's a chef. Obviously, proper seasoning as far
Right.
as your meals is what would definitely get you across for other means.
Right. A
Also, I'm
little
not too
salt
fat.
brings out all the other flavors, and it doesn't work without it.
True enough. I don't like that Edwards chap. I did meet him
You met
before
him?
oh yeah,
Oh.
met him before I met up with you. Um, I don't know what it is. Something's off about him. Far
Hmm.
too happy. Seems to be pushing things one way or another. At least from what I can gather. I'm not no
I'm
expert on these things, but Miss
sure
Shaw
he
here
pushed the
throws
funeral up a whole day.
Miss Shaw being here kind of concerns me slightly.
How do you know her?
Let's just say that some of her means as far as being a manager
Mm-hmm.
weren't always on the right side of the tracks.
Hmm.
She had experiences in more shadier businesses, shall we say.
See.
She did get out, I do know that. But for
It,
her to be here, gives me question.
yeah, she said that Mr. Oleander donated money to the publishing house that she works with and would come to like all the events. And so he sent her an invitation that he thought they were closer than they were for some reason.
Hmm. Well, I don't like to think of it of people because of the fact I'm not necessarily familiar with it out yet. But sometimes, some of the rich folks, they make donations to, well, so to speak, make sure that they don't have anything to worry about when the tax comes a calling. Or
Hmm.
also there's money laundering operations. But Miss Shaw, she got away from all that. That's why it's
So you don't think
concerning.
her publishing house operates that way? Or did she just pretend to get out and actually it's a front?
I could wager that the skills that she had, she could make quite a decent living for herself in any sort of business that she wanted to, shady or otherwise.
Mm,
I got a lot of respect for Miss Shaw, but can't leave anything off the table.
right. Drawing room.
Drawing room.
Okay,
Also,
so
go ahead.
it's not that hard to find, as I said. You find it pretty quickly. Um, roll. Is there a solid perception or just a spot hidden in this game? Because if it's just spot hidden, then roll that.
Is basically perception.
Yeah, so roll spot hidden real quick.
Okay.
And I'm going to say that this is going to be a hard success because it's not something that's in the front of your minds.
Okay.
This applies to. So you got a 4, and you got a 46.
46. My spot hidden is not.
No, that was not mine. That
Oh.
4 was not mine.
Okay.
I don't know where that.
This. Oh,
Oh,
I didn't do it right.
Yeah.
The dice. The dice.
There we go.
So hard
Um,
successes for either of you?
No.
What do you mean by hard success?
So
The-
that would mean
the
rolling
half.
under half of your skill.
I've got it. Mine's a 35.
So You're under half is a 35? So your spot hidden is normally a 70.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so you notice, you remember your driver that, came in to, stay away from the storm, kind of said that he was just going to chill in the foyer until things cleared up? He's gone. He's not present there anymore. You don't know where he went. He could have gone to the ballroom for drinks, could have gone to the kitchen for food, could have died. He's just not there anymore.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he didn't go into the kitchen because we'd start hearing a bunch of ruckus, to be honest. So I
Yeah,
eliminate that option.
Eliminate that, but he's just not in the foyer anymore.
Our driver, he said he was just going to chill around in the lobby, didn't he?
I honestly don't remember. I thought maybe he had to stay for the night. I didn't expect him to just stand in the hall all night.
Yeah, but question is that if he did want to spend the night, then that would mean that apparently, in the lack of either Mr. Noah or Miss Nessa being the ones to give the orders, then I would wager that Mr. Edwards has been taking upon himself to direct things.
Right.
We might want to be certain to check in on our friend.
Right.
After all, we don't know where we're staying for the night either, now do we?
No. Hmm. Well,
Oh,
something to
just
think
as a
about.
just as a thought here,
Mm-hmm.
how do you feel about being my cousin for the night?
Be what?
My cousin for the
Oh,
evening.
be your cousin for the night. Why?
Just in case people need questions as to why we're here on a. Seems to be that a lot are asking.
I mean, I feel like with what I do, it makes more sense for you to be my cousin because it makes sense that Nessa would hire me to talk to her father. That's what people do.
I just thought that was funny because
You,
if he's your cousin, that would still make it the other way around.
right, but it's the implication of
I know.
who's the legit person.
Yeah.
You, on the other hand, are just a con man. That raises more questions than why someone who runs seances would be somewhere where someone recently died.
Oh, well, fair enough. Then you want to be certain to associate your occupation with blackguards and thieves. I get you.
Okay, so let's do this thing. No, how about instead we do the exact same thing? I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Anyways, you get to the drawing room.
How there's just a slight, just every now and then.
Anyways,
Oh, I love it.
you get to the
That's the way
drawing
we
room.
made our characters.
Yeah. I love it. It's working really well. Anyways,
Yeah.
you get to the drawing room.
That actually wasn't fake.
The first thing you notice when you get to the drawing room is there is no body. It's not here.
What is he?
Well, seems to be something missing.
Yeah, there does.
And okay. I'm sorry, I'm still reeling. There's no body. Notably, there's like maybe a loose bottle of alcohol. Some people might have been talking in here, having a conversation or whatever. It definitely looks like there were a few people in here recently, but I mean, with the amount of people that have been wandering around, you could theoretically just assume that it was some of the people you've already seen just taking advantage of the space.
Well,
We already move him since like the funerals tonight.
makes me
Wanted to look
question
at
a few
him.
things. You said you found out that there's some herbs that make someone fall asleep and
Yeah,
stay
exactly.
asleep for a long period of
Exactly.
time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I ain't a doctor, but I think I might know of a way or two to find out if somebody is still kicking. Are
Hey,
you thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking that maybe he's asleep.
Well, seems as though we might need to try and find that body. And worse,
Yeah.
we might need to make an excuse for it. Your profession, do you usually need to interact with the dearly departed?
I mean, normally the body is gone, but here's the thing is that most people don't have a fucking clue what I do. So I could say that it's part of what I do. That being like interacting with his body would help me talk to him. It's really a matter of if he wants to talk, but they don't know that.
Can you do me a favor real quick?
Hmm.
And he holds up his hand and he says, put your finger right on this part. Think you can tell my pulse?
Oh, yes,
Think you could do it on him? Nonchalantly, if you needed to?
I think so.
Might be our plan.
I can do that.
Fair enough.
Is there
So,
anything that stands out in this room? Any sort of weird symbols? Anything that seems odd or out of place?
Few things might seem a little odd, but like they'd make sense to be in a drawing room, just usually when there are people in there too. Like you see what looks to be some finished off wine glasses as well as a half finished bottle of wine. There's a little out of place just in terms of where in the room it is. There is a Bible on the coffee table.
Mhm.
Bit of an odd spot considering that the Orlanders don't seem to be particularly religious, and people who aren't typically religious but have a Bible would usually have it in like a bookshelf, so that would probably have been in the library. But it's just sort of sitting there. There's like wine that's a bit off to the side. The glasses are finished, the bottle's half finished. And all around, oh, one more thing. There is what looks to be a jacket left on the couch. You can't really recognize who it would belong to, but chances are it's not any of the people you've seen so far. It looks pristine and nice and doesn't look like something that would have been left behind by any of the more worldly people that you've met.
I'm going to go to the Bible and
Quick.
open it up. Does it just look like a normal Bible?
Do you open it to the first page?
I'll just like open it a few pages in.
It looks like there's a lot of notes in it. Like, roll. Is there like a religion thing? I guess a cult would be the closest.
There's a
Occult.
cult and there's history. Yeah, I'm very good at occult.
Roll. I'll substitute occult for what would normally, I guess, be religion.
Okay. That is a hard success.
You would probably be able to guess, based on the types of notes being taken, that these would be taken by a member of the clergy.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, maybe this is the priest that's going to run the funerals because it has a lot of like priest notes in it.
He's got that godly handwriting.
I mean, no one else would care about these kind of details.
Cricket is actually going over towards the wine bottle and some of the wine glasses.
Okay.
Cricket's doing something a little bit fun.
Oh.
I want to roll a disguise.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
What for?
What are you doing with that wine?
I am going to consume the last drop of wine and shapeshift into the form of the person who last drank from it.
I don't think you have that spell.
I don't think that's a power that like mortals possess. Ooh, this is
Dang it.
solid 50.
Well,
How high is
crud.
your disguise?
What it was 40, unfortunately.
Okay, so you failed. What were you trying to do?
I want to use one of my lucks. that's
To
capable.
how much luck do you need to spend to reroll? I don't remember that.
I think you can
I
only push with luck.
How much luck do you have? Because you're a lucky
70.
boy. So you could spend 10 luck to move that down to a success.
Okay, then
Oh,
I'm
but
going
you
to do
can
that.
push a roll, but then if
You
it goes
can
bad,
roll.
it goes really bad.
Yeah. How
There's
much
I
that
did
the
you
just
whole
want
thing
to
of
push it
pushing.
to a success right now.
So you're just gonna
I'll
push it
take
to a success. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a one shot. We
Okay.
can be flippant.
What he does is that he kind of looks over towards to see if anyone else is there. He takes a wine bottle, tips it upside down, kind of rubs some of it here and there,
Okay.
takes a swig out of it, washes it around in his mouth, spits it out in a glass, sits it back on the table,
What the fuck?
and then he just kind of
What is the
gives him
purpose of any
nice
of this?
red-cheeked visage.
Oh
He's
no.
making himself look drunk and smell drunk as he's
Okay.
just like, so, Miss Millie, got a question for you.
Interesting fragrance. Okay.
Think I smell like a lout?
It's one question.
Oh, out. There you go.
Cool. Now, here's a problem.
Yeah.
Be sure to be embarrassed by me.
I feel like that'll be very easy.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Before we go, I do want to check out this coat too.
Okay.
Anything in the pockets?
Rosary.
A rosary. So this is probably the priest's jacket, but why did he leave it here? Is it like a coat or is it like a blazer type of jacket?
It's a coat.
It's a
Like
coat. Okay.
it's it's not exactly the warmest time of year, and with the rain, it's understandable that someone would want to wear a little bit of protection while outside.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, is it one that you like part of a suit that it would be very weird for the priest not to have it,
Yeah.
or is it
No.
like he took it off when he got here?
No, this is more something that you would take off at the door.
Okay, then that makes more sense. But he forgot his rosary.
Maybe I'm just not religiously aware, but I can't imagine it would be the biggest sin to forget a rosary.
I
I
mean,
haven't
who
been to
needs
church in like years. I haven't been to church in a long time.
me
13 years.
neither, but I
Hasn't been
do
anyway.
know that they need their rosary and their Bible to perform a funeral.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm just dumb.
It's okay.
It's okay.
That's on me.
Basically, Cricket
Okay, I'll
starts saying,
fully admit that's on me and my lack of knowledge.
Okay,
I
it's
haven't
not
gone to
suspicious.
I
Okay.
haven't gone to church in like 5 years. I can't go to church anymore.
No, me neither. No.
Anyways,
Cricket takes a hold of one of the glasses and is kind of holding it, looking around a little bit, and he just says, remember, embarrassed.
Easy.
So where's the old sword at?
We
I
go,
mean,
I'm
we're all-
assuming.
did you cut out? Did you cut out? Because it looked like
I
you
don't-
and it looked like you were talking and then it didn't like register on your
He
mic.
just kind of says loudly, where's the old sword at?
Drunk.
And I assume we like go out.
Yeah. I'm assuming you're going outside
Yeah.
of the drawing room?
Yeah.
Back into like the hall or
He
whatever?
is definitely putting on the Jack Sparrow sea legs on dry land situation
okay.
of just. I was told it's supposed to be a party. I wanted to see him off before he goes to hell.
I'm assuming that you're bringing Melia along with you, like you're dragging her or whatever. I don't know.
He is
I figure
going
I'm just
along,
following.
and Millie's just like,
I'm just behind him.
Okay.
I'll give him a little bit of time to get to the ballroom before me.
fair enough.
You sort of see like Barbara and Mallory just sort of like peeking out of the library, like what? And as you get closer to the ballroom, you hear what sounds to be like definitely like a bit of an older man, I'd say 50s, sort of like walk out of the ballroom and like, what are you doing? No, it's like, did you get drunk already? No, He stops, he looks at both of you, looks at Cricket, don't recognize you, looks at Melly and goes, I definitely recognize you. This is Father Turner. He is a priest in the local area, has a great memory for people he dislikes. And Nellie, you will recognize this man as someone who hates spiritualists because he believes that they are ungodly. As the last time you were in this area, he made very clear.
Right. Oh, Father, I'm so glad that you're the priest doing the funeral.
I thought I told you to not come back around these parts again.
Oh, so this
You-
is the father.
It's not my
her
father.
If I was her
And,
father, she wouldn't have turned out like this.
And really, you have no say in where I go or what I do. So
I have say in who I criticize.
that's fine and dandy, but that doesn't control anything other than yourself.
It's not too late to turn to God for even someone like you.
Here,
I
here.
just don't think you quite understand things the way you think you do.
I don't, and I could say the exact same thing about you.
So,
You know what the difference
sorry.
is? I don't care about what you believe, but for some reason, you care a lot.
Corrupting the young minds in my town? Of course I care. You already wormed your way into the brewery owner's mind, believing your tricks.
Right.
I love breweries. How about a drink?
I think you should get another drink. They're in there.
Oh, well, I've got to ask you just quickly a question.
And
Millie,
why
my
did
dear.
you? I don't even recognize who you are.
Oh, that's
This is my
because
cousin.
I'm not from around these parts, Daddy dear.
No,
Oh, God help.
just visiting,
You see,
assisting me on some jobs.
exactly. I mean, just getting a little bit of a sniffle on the way over here. I decided to imbibe in some of the wonderments of our own human evaluations, of fermentations, and alchemicalizations.
Well, what do
Is
you
that proper
need?
wording? Well, I was promised a
Sure.
stiff. Usually when there's a stiff around, back in the old ways, we always
Well,
send him off with a drink.
the body
This is
that
what I
you're
was
talking about.
talking about. That you shouldn't. Oh, it's a problem. It's a problem.
Well, the stiff that you're talking about has already been moved to the ballroom for the funeral proceedings.
Oh, he's in the ballroom. I was told he was supposed to be in the. Wait a minute, what proceedings, Father? I was told he wasn't going to be buried till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
as far as I and everyone else in this house has been informed, the funeral proceedings should be happening in. Well, we don't have an exact time, but within the next 2 hours. You know, it more so
But
depends on when
unusual, isn't
people are
it?
ready.
Correct me if
That's
I'm
not
wrong.
normal.
Millie, my dear,
Uh-huh.
wouldn't you say it's a bit unsightly for the daughter not to see you off?
Very much so. And to have this sort of very flippant idea of time revolving around a funeral, it seems, the
Well, it's
godly are less godly.
What?
well,
You can't hear old goat asking for him solo too quick? You owe him a debt there, Daddy-o?
I'm not the one that chose the time.
Oh.
Who did?
So who did? Because unless I'm mistaken, it should only be the daughter.
Mr. Edward Lambert is the name I was given.
So
The
why are you
daughter,
listening to him instead of the daughter?
as far as I've been informed, the daughter can't be in this house for much longer. As far as I'm aware, there's something in the air. Something from the plants or something, as far as I can guess. Doesn't do well for her condition.
Well, maybe that's what's giving me the sniffle. Personally, I don't mind a remedy.
I'm not that kind of holy man. I don't have remedies.
No, I was
Besides,
just talking about a little bit of bubblies.
Anyways, I have to go looking for something. Please be out of here before the funeral begins. I
Oh, that's
don't
not
know.
going to happen. We're here because the daughter hired us. She has no idea about this funeral happening today, which I think is a damn shame.
It's why I'm drunk. I thought I could afford to be.
We thought we
Well,
weren't working until
hmm.
tomorrow. We were just getting settled in and getting the lay of the land and giving me a chance to feel the house. But
Well, like I
instead, the
said,
funeral's tonight.
any misinformation about when the funeral is taking place is the fault of Edward Lambert. If you have an issue with it, you can go talk to him.
I just
Now,
have
if
an
you'll
issue with
excuse
the
me.
man of God not bending over backwards for the daughter of the deceased. That's who you should be serving, not some random Edward.
Oh, Millie, it's why I keep telling you. Everybody's got their prize. Even dear old Dad has to take care of his pocketbook, ain't that right, Padre?
I've got to go looking for something. I do not want to be questioned on how I've run my aspects of faith. Now, if you'll
Put
excuse
yourself
me,
out there like that and you're gonna get questioned.
if you'll excuse me. And he walks off to the drawing room, presumably to grab the rosary from his coat.
And here I thought I'd be the one to say Hail Marys.
And in case if you would look close enough, which I'm going to assume you did, his face is also a little bit red, so maybe he was sampling that wine. Maybe that's why he's a little off his rocker right now.
And as soon as he turns away, that's really strange, wouldn't you say so?
Yeah. Yeah. Gotta love the self-righteous holy people who judge everyone else, but then don't even live up to their own standards.
Yeah, fair enough. Personally, the way it is, Catholics across the seas over here seem to start getting more and more corrupted. Not like it was back home.
No, you just had some king that killed a bunch of wives and divorced a bunch of wives. That's much better.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's any better over here. It's just that usually whenever you have a priest on this way, there's usually an altar boy somewhere real close. So,
Maybe Edward.
I am super glad that we actually have a very similar mindset about these sorts of things. So,
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't be embarrassed. I was too mad.
oh, it's perfectly fine. Your cover was perfect. I just hoped I made sure to piss him off a little bit extra just for you.
I think you did. Thank you.
Not a problem. We're partners now, ain't we?
Apparently so. All right, partner, I guess it's time to be drunk again.
Oh, not a problem. If you don't mind, follow me.
I'll give you a few
So
second
the
heads.
ballroom. Once you get to the ballroom, Travis is still there, but his employees are not, so it can be implied that he sent them home. It seems like the table is mostly set up. The chef has actually arrived to deliver the soup that she was working on, which, despite the um, despite the lack of salt and minimal seasoning, it smells about as good as it's gonna get without those aspects. Like, she's missing a few of the key things, but like beyond that, she was able to do the best she could. The two seem to be chatting amongst themselves, as the two of you enter, Horace being very clearly drunk, if he's keeping up his act, which I'm assuming he is.
Oh, yeah, he is. He even goes over to say, Mom away from Mom, if I ever lose myself and have to get sick, trust me that it ain't from your cooking.
I mean, I've been told I can make a pretty good hangover cure if you're gonna need it, because you're clearly gonna need it. I don't know how anyone can get drunk that fast.
I
I'd be
think
perfectly fine either way. I'd appreciate it one way or another.
I would really appreciate it. I mean, come on, he's supposed to be working, but we weren't supposed to work until tomorrow night, and now it's tonight, and it's all a mess. I don't suppose, like, he does this a lot. So maybe if you could, like, teach me how to make the hangover cure, then I could have it for the future when this happens again.
You're related? I mean,
It's my cousin.
yeah, those are always fun, aren't they?
Right.
When your aunt's like, you have to give him a job. He has to be your assistant because family.
Great. It's always fun to deal with those ones, ain't it? Well, it's not exactly a medicinal cure. Like, it's not proven or anything, but this is what I use. And she sort of writes down a few things. Very clearly not like some universal medical thing to help with a hangover, but like she swears by it. So I mean, she gives you a paper, it has a few things on it. Seems more like comfort food than anything. It's like a beef stew recipe.
Oh, okay. Oh, this sounds really, really good. Not any weird
Yeah.
herbs or anything in there.
No. And I mean, it doesn't
Thank
include
you.
salt on there because I don't have any around here, but you can include it if you want.
Yeah, I'll throw some salt in for sure. It's really a shame that you're not allowed to have salt here. Why is that?
I mean, I never figured it out. Mr. Orlander just seemed against it, especially in Nessa's food. No clue why.
He didn't want it in Nessa's food?
Well, he didn't want it in any of the food, but, I mean, he emphasized it with her.
Can't
It
have
had something to do with her condition. I don't know what it was.
Gout.
But I don't think she has gout.
I do. Chopped off me big toe one time.
Uh, you really should. Is there coffee? He needs coffee. Yeah.
I probably have some in the kitchen.
Maybe.
I don't know what I'm doing with this woman's voice.
maybe there should be coffee since it's such a late night funeral anyway.
It went from like angry grandma to southern lady.
Southern.
I mean, if you want to go make some in the kitchen, you can. I'm not going to stop you.
Oh, I have to do my own work.
Well,
I was hoping like
I'm stuck setting stuff up for the funeral proceedings tonight. Okay, you can handle the coffee if you want the coffee, but I'm busy.
I'm just getting tipsy. Give me a moment, and
You're
I'll
more
start
than
being
tipsy, buddy.
right. Right.
I've got stuff to handle here. You got any questions? What's his name? Travis? He can try to help you.
Sounds
He's not exactly
wonderful.
familiar of this place, but he seems like a reliable man. And she continues to work on the food display.
Oh, Travis. Okay. Is the body in here?
The body? Oh, that looks like it. She points to the sort of center of the ballroom, the center, back. And you see there's more chairs set up than there probably should be for the amount of guests that are currently present. And there is the closed casket with what appears to be it appears to be almost on a stage, not like a massive stage, but like a makeshift thing.
It's on a platform.
Closed casket.
Yeah.
Casket. I try to quietly say to Cricket, "Hey, Cricket, I really want that casket to be open."
Give me a second.
Uh-huh.
Cricket stands up. He's like, "So there he is!"
Oh no.
He starts standing up, and he's definitely carrying and sloshing out whatever alcohol is in the glass. He steps on over to the casket and takes a look at it. Any locks or anything?
No, not from the looks of it. Well, I mean, there's one bolt lock, but not something you need a key for. Just need to slide it and open it.
Well, he says, "Anybody care if I make sure that the old geezer gets a little air?"
You probably shouldn't open that up. I mean, proceedings haven't started yet. And Travis sort of looks over and is like, buddy, I don't think you should be doing that. That doesn't seem like a good idea.
Well, when have anyone actually known me? Click.
Yeah, oh,
When has anyone ever known me? Click, click.
But opens up. When you open it up, no one really gets the chance to stop you. They're all a bit too far away for that. there the geezer is. Pale, definitely wrinkled, showing his age. If you were to guess, he's probably late 60s, early 70s. Had Nessa pretty old. And he looks dead. He looks like he hasn't been out of there for a while. There's a bit of discoloration around his face. Maybe like the mortician didn't do the best job, despite him being a rich dude. He looks dead. Just that's the best I can say.
Cricket makes
Obviously,
an
like
effort to take off his non-existent hat and as you were saying, though, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no, it's okay. I was gonna say, like if you want to check his pulse, because I know that sometimes looks can be deceiving or whatever, but he's there. He's not awake at the very least. Whether he's dead or asleep, like you're too drunk to tell.
Oh, I'm not going to check his pulse.
What are you gonna do?
Using the knife.
Have the body?
He's just going to reach down and see about poking the finger.
Okay.
Straight razor. He doesn't want to do a lot of damage, and he's wanting to see the blood flow. So he's just like,
You cut it.
His glass is set up on the end of the casket. Any reaction from the body at all?
It doesn't really move. The blood does flow a little bit. There's a drop there. But it doesn't really do much.
Reaches down to kind of feel the blood. Is it warm or anything like that? Would there be any way I could check for that?
You have medicine, right? Like the
No.
stat? Oh. Is there a
Straight.
stat for
It's a
medicine?
hobby.
There is a strat. There is. Oh, I did take it as a hobby.
I was like, you
You
talked about
did.
it as a hobby.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up, because you could do a medicine check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then yeah. Oh boy.
What's your medicine stat?
21!
Oh, and what's your medicine stat?
21!
That's what you rolled. Is that? Oh yeah, and that's what you
what
got.
his stat is!
So when you roll the exact number, that is a success, correct?
Awesome, yes.
Yeah. So you check the blood. You check the blood, and it is warm.
He's going to after doing that, he's going to just be like, does the blood taste funny?
Not super much. Doesn't taste super funny. But if you can, how much can you taste in blood? Like, how much can you taste from what someone consumes?
Usually, if it's I'm gonna go a little bit morbid here. Usually, whenever a body is properly embalmed, there are chemicals and whatnot being infused in the blood to help preserve it. Otherwise, it should be a natural coppery taste. So, if the blood tastes funny, then he's been embalmed and he's dead. If the blood doesn't taste funny, then
So, okay.
But if they've been poisoned, it might taste.
It might also taste funny, but in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
So,
would you say that he's been around enough embalming fluid with rum runners and everything else to
So-
know that, oh, that's formaldehyde?
it doesn't taste like formaldehyde. It doesn't taste completely normal. Like, there's definitely something in his system, but it doesn't taste like embalming fluid. But at the same time, it doesn't really taste like... It tastes unrecognizable. There's definitely some blood taste there. But it's not embalming fluid that you taste. That makes it weird. At the same time, it's not really like any poison that you would recognize. It's something off. There's something weird about it.
All right.
And
As he leans back and he's just like,
do I want to do this?
Millie!
I'm keeping it in mind.
He's
I
here! Stephen's here!
I was gonna do a thing, but no, I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save that for later.
Okay. Cricket. I know we weren't supposed to be working tonight, and I'll come up and like put my arm around him, like steadying him type of thing, and like trying to lead him away from the body. But you really need to sober yourself up so that you can help me, because I need to talk to this deceased gentleman. That's what the daughter hired me to do.
Oh, I know that, but they put him in a box, just like dear old Uncle Maury.
I
Why
know,
didn't
I
we
know.
bury him at sea? It's so much better.
Let's get you some coffee, and then you'll be better, okay? So I'm gonna start leading him out of the ballroom so that hopefully we can like discuss
Yeah.
what he found in the hallway
Okay.
kind of thing.
You get out fine. The what the fuck did I name her? The chef.
Who?
Jesse.
The chef?
Jesse.
Jesse
Jesse
Ventura.
and Travis both seem a little weirded out by how drunk you are, but they're gonna go back to their normal conversation. You are now, let's say you're in the kitchen to get the coffee.
Yeah, and as I'm leading him out, though, I am like scanning the people who are in here that I don't know.
So currently in there, you notice Father Turner has come back. He still has a very disappointed look on his face, but he has his rosary now. Travis and Jesse are in the ballroom, just doing their thing with work and stuff. Barbara and Mallory, while they aren't in the ballroom yet, as you're heading to the kitchen, you see them leaving the library to get to the ballroom. So it seems like they're heading there. And as you pass the stairs getting to the kitchen, you notice, you would recognize this as Edward. You haven't seen Edward yet, so you don't know that it's him. But Edward is coming down the stairs, presumably also for the funeral proceedings. He looks at both of you as you're walking and says, I believe we're going to be starting soon. Are you okay?
They don't even have him in pine. It's cedar.
He's just a little drunk. We're getting him some coffee so that he can sober up. So just wait until we get back and he's a little bit more in his right head.
All right.
He needs to be a proper send-off.
I suppose we can hold things off a bit until you're both ready. We wouldn't want to start the ceremony without everybody being prepared.
I know, you really would want everyone that's important to Noah to be at the funeral. You really would want that, wouldn't you?
I know that Nessa should be here, but
Yes.
she's really not in a good spot health-wise to be present.
Why does her health have anything to do with her being at her father's funeral?
Because it's being held here.
What
But
does that mean?
I don't know if anyone told you, but we don't know the exact reason for her condition, but her father believed that there was something in the plants, something in the pollen or something. It worsened her health. I've been trying to think of maybe another way for her to have her own ceremony for her father, but this is currently the best we can do. A small gathering of friends.
Something in the pollen, but she's lived here her whole life.
You should
Yes.
take a gent like that to the city square and set him up like a Viking. Burn him at the stake.
Her
Like they did with the witch trials. Wait a minute, we're near the witch trials place, ain't we? Was that in Salem, Oregon? Or was it
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts?
I'm on the wrong side of the country.
Yes, you are. Okay, I'm gonna get him some coffee,
Okay.
but I would like to know more about these plants.
I can try to tell you more when we get the chance, if we even get the chance. Who knows how things are going to go tonight?
I
What does
have
that
a
mean?
question.
I don't know. I should really be getting the guests ready.
Can you smoke them?
Please get your companion here sober.
We'll get some coffee. We'll get some coffee.
Of course. And
Come
he
on,
leaves.
Cricket. Going to the
Of
kitchen.
course, Millie, my dear. You're such a sweetheart. You know,
I
you're
know.
such a click. The man's not dead.
That's what I was afraid of.
Yeah, something's in his blood.
And when you clicked it, did you lock the door or did you close it? I'm just for
Just
reference.
kinda...
Got it.
Do you want to lock it?
I don't know.
I'm just asking because I want to know.
Oh, it's just like
It's going to be
click.
harder to get
Yeah,
out
dead.
if it's locked.
He just clicked. He ain't dead.
He ain't
There
dead.
was something. There was something in his. There's something in his blood. How do you
Yeah,
know?
taste. Well,
You
usually
taste it.
moon. Don't question my methods. Just understand this. Sometimes rum runners they use formaldehyde whenever they're doing. Okay, formaldehyde's
Uh-huh.
embalming fluid, right?
Right.
He didn't taste like formaldehyde.
He didn't taste like I don't. Okay. He didn't taste like. What did he taste like?
He tasted warm rather than cold.
Worm is not dead.
No, it is not dead.
Was it
So
sort of like herbally?
I don't
The
know
the
that sort of.
taste?
I don't
Sort
know
of
that sort of
bitter?
stuff. I have grown up drinking tea. It's all herbal. I can't discern
Right.
certain
Right.
herbals
Right.
from other
Right.
herbals. It's
Well,
a
I was just
big
wondering
chunk.
if
All
you.
tea tastes the same.
I was just wondering if it tasted like the herbs on this list. Probably.
I don't
You want to
know.
do
I've
a
never
brief
tried
check?
eating those herbs.
Yeah. What
What?
kind of check would I have to do?
That
Um,
would that be a natural?
Potentially, you could. I'll allow a few things. I'll allow natural history because it's plants and shit. It's nature, or I'll allow medicine.
I am better at. You said natural history. There's natural world, and then there's history.
Natural world. Let's go with that.
Okay. I'm good at both natural world and history. So, or at least, okay. So hopefully I will roll well. Let's see.
He just simply says, "If you need to, I didn't take all of it off. He's still got blood on his fingers."
That for natural world is not a success.
Okay.
Is there any way I could assist?
If you're familiar with tea, which as you have said, I will allow it.
Okay, so
So
what do we do?
the way advantage works in Call of Cthulhu is you're able to roll 2 of the D10s or the percentile
Do we
and
want to
then
just
take
treat it like
the
advantage for
I think it's
simplicity?
easier.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
just do
Doesn't matter.
advantage. Roll again.
Okay.
For simplicity's sake, this is not how Call of Cthulhu normally works, but we're doing this for simplicity's
it's
sake so we don't get
simpler,
caught up
yeah.
in the rules.
Damn it.
Oh,
But I could.
hold on.
Oh no. Who
Quentin dropped
did we
from the
lose
call.
Oh no.
Was there a crash?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm messaging him on Discord, so hopefully that works.
Right. Oh, he's coming back.
You good?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Did Discord crash for you or something?
Yes, it did. I was trying to message you on my phone. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay. That is closer. I could
You could luck it.
do luck on it.
How much luck would you have to use?
I'd have to use 5.
Okay. It's up to you.
I'll use luck.
So it's 5 luck down from you.
Yeah.
So, based on how the taste of the blood is described,
Uh-huh.
some of the ingredients on the list can definitely be recognized. But it's very clear that that's not the only thing in his system.
Okay. I feel like they've sort of worked on this more and added some things. But yeah, I think it's this.
Well, now we got ourselves a bigger problem too.
Mm-hmm.
You
Which
say
one?
that
We have
you're
a few.
well. You say that your occupation, you're on the up and up, right?
Yeah,
And you
for
were
the most part.
paid to come out here and try and do a reading on this gent for his dearly departed soul.
Yeah, there isn't
So the
one.
question is this: do we cause a ruckus, making whoever it is that's done this know that we know, or do you, unfortunately, have to go against your own principles and lie?
Hmm. Maybe I could, as per what Nessa wanted me to do, I could be like, oh, but I gotta perform a seance at the funeral because that was her wishes, even if she can't be here. And don't know if it would be better to like make it clear that there's no spirits here, like no one has passed on, there's no one dead here, or if it's like a guilty ghost thing, where I pretend like there's a spirit, uh, and it's like saying that someone poisoned him with these herbs or something.
Well, we've got another problem to think about.
Ah,
If you need to do your little seance, whatever else, does it need to be at, say, a proper hour, say, an old witching hour, something like that? Because if they're going to try and bury this bugger, well, that's a bigger problem. Because I don't know about whether you've actually paid attention or not. I may look pretty strong, but trying to dig a man out of the dirt in time for him not to suffocate and die could be a problem. So,
right.
well, I'm
Are they?
thinking, if you can figure out a way to delay him, we wait till middle of the night, something like that. And well, if I know the right men, like I'm thinking I know the right men, I might be able to get him out of here without a little bit less scrutiny. And well, morning comes. Oh, the body has been evaporated from the earth, or whatever you call it. And then Bob's your uncle. You can tell off the old priest saying like, "Ah, told you so." What you think?
We just don't know what time is it at this point in time.
It's
Above ground.
hard to tell because of how dark it already is with the storm combined with the fact that it is late. But I'd say it's probably almost around like 9:30.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think they would be trying to bury him that late, in a storm. That doesn't seem like something they would do. But also, why are we having this late of a funeral? Maybe they're waiting, but they're not because they're waiting for us now, and it's like 9:30. Um, there's a couple. There's a couple times that are good. Both are much later, so you could choose midnight or 3 a.m.
What I'm trying to say is this: if you make that sort of excuse, since now I'm working for you, dear little
Mm-hmm.
cousin, then nobody would say nothing if I'm standing watch over the body.
Right.
And maybe if we're able to wait until tomorrow, we could get Miss Nessa here and
Mhm.
her old bloke Willie. We might be able to get a message to him. But either way,
Oh, we
somebody
were
needs to be
supposed to try
watching
and
for.
call her in the drawing room. We got totally distracted.
Well, now we've got reason to call her, evidently.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
if you can come up with an excuse like that, I'll be watching over him because, as it stands, poor old geezer, he can't exactly defend himself, you know?
Right.
Okay, where's the coffee?
I'm trying to get Brian's
Um,
attention to take a mid-session break.
I know, right? It's like we should probably
I'm
take a.
sorry, it's been like 2.5 hours. And I have something that I need to like handle really quick. And he's just not present. I'm trying to
No,
get.
he said it. If he wasn't, then we can just take a break and I'll
Yeah.
for a second.
Okay, so um
We will find the
Brian's
coffee.
not here to put up the official be right back sign thingy. But we are going to take a quick, approximately like 10-minute break.
Sounds good.
We will see you at 9:30 p.m. EST.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna try and do a thing for our folks.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Wait, that's probably not a good idea to do now that I realize it could be copyright.
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
gonna
gonna put down
BRB. I got
spooky.
things to put away. I
That's
will be
fair enough.
back.
I was gonna put on spooky, scary skeletons on an hour-long loop. So unfortunately, catch you in a minute, guys, and hopefully you're having a lovely spooky holiday. See you for now.
Really hope that people are enjoying this game because I am not good at telling when people like my stuff. We should be going back. Everyone should be getting back soon. I don't know how I don't know how long it's going to take, but the break is almost over, so yeah. Let me quickly message everybody to make sure. I am currently waiting on the others to get back. Since we're waiting a little bit, let me bring. You've been killing me back here for a while. Oh. He doesn't want to be held right now, so I won't hold him for very long, but here's a boy. Here's a little baby man. To provide a little bit of entertainment while I'm waiting on the others. He doesn't really want to be held right now. Oh, hey. Hello.
Hello.
I'm providing the stream with Cat.
That is fair.
Yep. How have you been enjoying the game?
I have been very much so enjoying the game, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Thank you. I've kind of been going for like a everyone's a little bit suspicious type thing.
That's,
I think it's been working.
That fits Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah.
So makes sense to me.
Yeah. Just haven't done any GMing for anything in a very long time, so I'm a little rusty, which makes me very insecure about how well I'm doing.
No, I'm having a great time.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely enjoying it.
Yeah. I have like I kind of wanted to do like a thing to like cut off for the break, but then like we were just having trouble getting an actual break, so I was just like, let's just take a break now.
Yeah. Getting coffee makes sense. It's going to take him a while to drink the coffee and brew the coffee.
I'll start the end of the break. I'll start off when we get off the break. I'll start off with the thing that I was going to use to start the break.
Okay. Oh no, that sounds really ominous.
Yeah. We're just waiting.
They're like, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, it's supposed
We're
to
in
be ominous.
danger.
Yes, you are. Well, kind of. You're not in danger yet. Hey, Quentin. I was just telling Emily about how when we get off the break, we're gonna do the thing that I was initially planning on doing to start the break.
What's that?
You'll know. You'll figure it out.
We're in danger.
Not yet. Not quite yet.
Yeah.
You're safe for a little bit. You're
Let's
safe
hope
for
we're
like
not in
maybe an
danger.
in-game hour. I'm not keeping track of solid time, and there's really no time limit for like the big climax of this. But you're safe for a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's okay.
Uh-huh.
It's all good. I mean, after all, I think that I'm not sure whether anyone's actually tried to use drunkenness as a disguise before, or managed to sass a priest. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to handle ourselves, Emily.
We'll be fine, right? We're fine.
Yeah, we'll be fine. We got
You'll
each
be
other. We got it
totally
back.
okay. You're gonna die.
Yay!
It's Call of Cthulhu, so yeah.
It
that
wouldn't be
checks out.
Halloween if something didn't happen. If
Here's the thing:
Right.
you can survive. That doesn't mean you will,
Can.
but it's possible.
No.
I'm
you
leaving the
can survive,
possibility
but
in
that
there.
doesn't always mean that you want to. I mean, who wouldn't
Yeah,
want to see a cricket
True in
get
the Call of Cthulhu
squished?
too.
Yeah.
You might just be
Call of Cthulhu
irreparably
2.
mad.
Call of Cthulhu 2. Freaking, hey, yes, I remember. It was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago when I got traumatized at an old man's mansion. I was at his funeral and I almost died.
and he wasn't dead.
He wasn't dead, despite the fact that it was his funeral.
And that's how I met my cousin Millie.
I met my cousin who was my cousin. But yeah.
It was
Anyways.
a long time ago.
Let's jump back into it.
All right.
So
Let's hop to it.
as Horace is brewing his coffee and Millie is, I guess, keeping watch or making sure it doesn't go wrong, roll.
Listen.
No, not listen. You know what? Roll Dex.
Dex.
Okay.
How do I
Yes.
do that?
It's
Same as
literally the same
everything
thing as
else.
the Dex stat.
Oh, okay,
I did-
okay.
What did I do wrong?
Roll Dex because as you're standing there, getting getting your coffee and stuff, the ground below you starts to shake.
It's a success for me.
It's a success for you, and it's a success for Quentin, I'm guessing.
just like-
Extreme
It
success
says
for
the ground's
It's
just-
extreme. You're
the ground's
stable.
just sitting there
You're
shaking as much
stable
as it
enough
wants
that
to,
you.
and I'm just like,
You're stable enough that your coffee doesn't even spill a little bit. You're
I'm
stable
used
as
to
well.
earthquakes.
Yeah,
You
you're
know.
used to it.
my
But this
stability
isn't-
is on par with MC Hammer in
I
later.
don't think this is an area that you expect to get earthquakes, though. You know, you're in the mountains. This isn't exactly a common thing, as far as I'm aware. I might be very wrong with my geography.
That area is all has earthquakes.
Okay, you're not expecting an earthquake. Let's just say that.
You're never expecting an earthquake.
That's fair. But yeah, you get tremors. It's not like super bad, but like it's noticeable. It's very noticeable.
Cricket's just like,
Like
You
if
know,
you're
I
in my
don't
position
think-
and you live near like train tracks and you've ever felt your house shake when the train goes by, it's like that.
yeah. He's like, you know, I swilled some of that alcohol around in my mouth, but don't think I actually got drunk. Did you feel that, Millie?
Oh yeah. I mean, honestly, that happens a lot out in this part of the country. You know, we just have earthquakes. Though, I mean, I am relatively good at natural world. Did it seem like a natural earthquake or did it seem
No.
like not?
No, it didn't.
Kept-
It seemed very. It
was
seemed a little
weird.
too local to be a normal earthquake. It seemed a little contained.
Millie, I'm not trying to mean nothing.
Hmm.
Way I've always heard earthquakes is that it's like a train. You hear it at first, and it rolls on through, and then it hits you, and then it rolls on by. This house just shook. It
mean,
didn't
honestly,
give us
that's
any sort of
only-
warning.
That's only with like the really big ones. Like with the little ones, you don't get a warning beforehand. But yeah, it did feel a little weird. Like it didn't seem quite natural.
All I'm trying to say is that I thought the Earth only moves on honeymoons, not at funerals.
Oh, out here it moves whenever it wants.
Okay.
Interesting folks, you guys. Very progressive and forward.
Now, while you two handled the earthquake pretty well, the sound of crashing glass in the ballroom shows that someone probably didn't handle it super well.
Oh. We should go.
Yeah. I'll be all right.
You had your coffee. You're not drunk anymore.
You weren't actually drunk.
After that, he's just kind of looking at the cooking show and just, okay, let's go.
Let's go.
He's probably had like freaking straight out the boot moonshine before, and this stuff is not going to get him drunk. I would
Right?
Yeah.
Ironically, I actually have pretty good physical stats for my character.
He's resilient. He's had a lot of weird alcohol. He's resilient.
Yeah.
Anyways, once you
called
get to the
Stone
ballroom, you notice that the tremors seem to have knocked down one of the liquor tables. There is glass and alcohol all over that section of the ballroom, and no one is happy about it.
Oh, why is the rum gone?
Well, it's not rum. It looks more like
It's a joke.
it looks more like some kind of whiskey or something. I don't know. It's not super clear what this is, considering the bottle is shattered, so there's no label.
But like, does it smell like whiskey, like smoky and oaky, or does it smell like rum, like
Basically.
caramely?
It seems like it's a mix of both. Like, there was probably multiple types
All
of
of it.
alcohol on this table. It wasn't all the alcohol that's present, but there was definitely a mix of stuff on that table that's now just spread across the
Yeah.
floor. It's gone. It's undrinkable.
Yeah.
Travis
Yeah.
is devastated.
Yeah, no,
It's his
that's
work. He's sad. The soup that Jessie made is fine, so she's not super upset, but Travis is devastated. He is. I'm going to. He picks up one of the bottles and walks out of the ballroom.
Oh,
Fair play.
yeah, that's fair. Is everything else okay?
You know,
From the
I
looks
might
of
be.
it, there were like a few chairs that were set out for the funeral that got knocked down, but like the casket's fine. None of the guests seem injured. It seems like beyond the liquor table, like falling over and creating a massive mess, it's fine. The only person that seems particularly ticked off about it is Edward, because now he has to put things on hold again. I'm going to have to clean this up.
Oh,
He
it's a
looks to
big mess.
Jesse and
We
just
really
like
should just postpone till tomorrow night.
he looks to Jesse and is like, there's really no other staff on payroll. She just shakes her head. I'm going to call cleaning service. He walks out of the room as well, not with alcohol himself, presumably to find a phone.
So he's calling a cleaning service. That's going to take a while.
Well, since we're all here, and some of us are a bit more rosy-cheeked, seems I took advantage of some of it before we lost it all. Sorry for
Yeah,
my
you're doing
behaviour
better
if I
than
was a
that.
bit out of turn.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
hopefully, maybe you won't have to work tonight because maybe the funeral will be tomorrow. But if we have to do it tonight, you gotta, make sure that you're awake because we gotta do it late.
Too right, too right. Keep that coffee a brewing, and I'll be a stewing.
Mhm.
Everyone else seems to be occupied with their own things. You basically have another chance to explore more of the estate.
Okay. Is it still raining really hard?
Yes. In fact, it looks like the storm's probably gotten a little worse as time has gone on.
The vines I saw outside that we couldn't reach, were they like in front of any of the windows?
Not in front directly, but you could probably reach them from some of the windows upstairs.
Would I know like which side of the house it would be?
I'd say front corners.
Right. Well, if we could get to the front corner windows, we might be able to look at those vines a little bit because those were weird. It was like they were moving, but not with the wind. So maybe we should look at those, and maybe that plant is like what they added to their formula. What do you think, Cricket?
Personally speaking, would be a bad place to start. Seems as though you know your medicinals a little bit better than I do. I got
You
a
know
little
medicine
bit of
better than you give yourself credit for, but I kind of
that
know
may be
some
true,
herbs
but I
and
don't know
stuff.
much. I don't know much about plants.
I
I
know
know
something
how
about
to
plants.
sew back on fingers, let's say.
I don't know how to do that.
Now you
So,
understand where our limitations lie.
right.
But
So if we need
I've
to
got
sew on a
another.
finger, you got it.
I've got a few questions myself, actually, with some of the folks
Yeah.
around here.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. You got yourself anything as far as protection?
Yeah, I do.
Good. Be sure to keep it on hand.
Yeah.
If you want to head upstairs real quick, or if you want to wait for me, that's whichever you want. But I got a few questions I want to ask you.
Are we splitting up
Right.
again?
I'm
You have
leaving
no
it up
reason
to
not
them.
to.
Alright. You're going upstairs. You're going to talk to people?
Cricket.
Wrong character.
Yeah, I know.
Wrong game.
Cricket is staying where he is for a moment because he's trying to see if there. Basically, I want to try and do a psychology read
on
Okay.
the remaining guests that's downstairs.
Well, we'll start
See if
with
anyone
you
is-
because we started with Emily last time.
Oh,
So you can do
okay.
that. How do you want to interact to sort of profile and judge people?
So, keep me mind occupied. I got a question for you lot. Is anybody hiring?
They all seem a little confused at first. The only ones who seem to be interested are actually the people that you would be familiar with, those being Barbara and Travis. So they both look at you, pause for a moment, wait for the others to like go back to their own conversations. Travis walks up to you first. You're looking for work in the area?
Well, needless to say, my performance tonight has definitely given a few people a stir, now isn't it?
Certainly has.
Got a question for you.
Yeah.
I know that you and me, we have our means. And of course, we have our affairs that we know are associated in all this. Who do you think actually has the most to gain from this old bugger dying?
As far as I'm aware, none of them actually have anything to gain.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, other than possibly some parts of the will. But none of them really more so than others. And besides, they don't need money. I mean, Barbara, as far as I'm aware, has her own publishing house. She's fine. And that
Yeah,
that
the
Edward
old
guy,
man.
I mean, he has a lot of money, right? Got a lot in the last will he was a part of. He's fine. He's coasting fine.
Travis, what was that last
Yeah.
bit just then?
Edward's coasting fine off the last will he was a part of.
Think that might be a little bit more curious for you.
Listen,
And that's where I want to check the psychology check on him.
what exactly are you asking?
It's doesn't that strike you as odd? Like, see if
Okay.
he's like, oh, yeah, that does strike me as odd. Or if he's like, no,
Yeah,
totally not striking me as odd. What are you talking about, you crazy
mean,
drunken man?
psychology check. The answer that he's gonna give, psychology is more about reading into someone's motivations and stuff, as far as I'm aware.
It's like insight then.
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
can. Yeah, it's kind of like insight. You can learn something about someone by how they talk.
Okay.
And what's your psychology stat? Just for reference?
60.
Got it. And that's a hard success. You're both rolling great this session. This like one shot, by the way. You're both doing great.
So often you fail everything.
So Travis, as he answers, very clearly does think it's a little strange, though it doesn't really click in his head that there might be. Travis is a smart man, but he's not putting it together. He's like, well, I mean, I guess it's a little weird that but he's just close. As far as I'm aware, he's just close with a lot of people. I mean, of course he'd be in the will for the last person. He's a widower. His wife, when she died, he got a lot.
Travis,
Yeah.
you and me are more in the business of, well, keeping people quiet rather than making sure they keep talking.
Yeah.
That
What
old
of it?
That old geezer's still warm.
What?
Yeah.
I mean,
That pine box is a bed, not a burial.
can't see what anyone would have to gain from faking his death like that.
Well, the deal is that you also know that the people who send me and the people that I work with, they don't tend to make mistakes. I was sent here for a funeral tomorrow, not for tonight. And it seems like this Edward bloke is pushing things a little bit too hard.
Does add up a little bit too well.
Now, I don't
Edward's
know
not in the
about
room, so
you.
he's cautious, but he's not like he's a little too cautious, in fact, for talking about someone who isn't in the room.
Right. He's like, now, I don't know about you, but personally, I don't want to have to deal with the repercussions of a mistake being made. Because you and I both know mistakes in our business have a funny little way of usually ending up in someone being dead.
Fatal.
Now, I don't
So what
want
are you
that.
suggesting?
Well, me and my cousin, we're going to try and see about postponing this funeral until tomorrow. Any sort of support you could drug up, or anyone that you feel like you could trust to let it know. The more we can push, the more we can get Miss Nessa around here. We might have the power of numbers over this gent.
I'm not an expert on who in here can be trusted with that whole operation, but as far as I'm aware, what was her name? Jessie, the cook lady. She doesn't. If there really is a scheme going on here, she's not in on it, so she might be a good bet. But well, I don't think I have to be the one to tell you, but Miss Shaw, I wouldn't trust her within 10. I wouldn't trust getting within 10 feet of her.
Too right.
Not right now.
How much you think it would take to get a car
Car?
around, just in case that well, you wouldn't necessarily want to see a corpse walking about, but driving. Well, it's nothing more than a hearse, then, ain't it?
I don't know about a car. Closest that there might be is, I don't know, an old broken down project of Mr. Orlander. Wasn't exactly a big driver, but, fixing up old cars gets a bit of extra cash in your hands.
Fair enough.
Might be
problem
something
is-
garage.
My deal is that if if knives start being drawn, I hope you understand. I ain't doing it on you. Protecting me own neck.
Don't worry.
Maybe yours too.
In an industry like ours, you kind of gotta stick to your own. If you know you can trust somebody, you gotta stick with that.
Take what you can.
Exactly.
Give nothing back.
And, word of advice? That Mallory girl. She seems trustworthy, but, not good at keeping her mouth shut. Be careful what you say around her, too.
Yeah,
She
she's
might
a
let
stew
something
pigeon.
slip.
She's quite the stool, if you ask me.
Yeah. Priest's gotta stick up his ass, too, so, maybe a little caution around him, too.
Fair enough. I'll be trying to watch the body overnight if I can.
All right. And
Fair play.
don't bet on that car. There might be something in the garage, but I doubt it'll work. Not fast enough for you, anyway.
Fair enough. Right.
All right. Is that all you wanted to talk? The only person you wanted to talk to, or?
He turns around. He says, "Might want to try and make it a little bit more convincing that you're scolding me."
All right. How about this? And let me figure something out really fucking quick.
He just kind of says, "My left side's not my pretty one."
That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm just gonna say he fucking slaps you across the face.
So another.
You better not get- Well, if you listen, if there's one way that I know how to wake up a drunk from, the fucking stupor, that's it. You'll thank me later. He walks off, tries to deal with the table situation, tries to help clean it up in the meantime while they wait for somebody to do a better job. And there we go. You gonna talk to anybody else, or are we switching to Emily?
That's all I needed.
All right.
He's going upstairs to meet with Millie for now.
Yep. So, let's go to you then. And we're gonna start off right when you go up. So we're not gonna immediately jump to you being joined by Horace.
Sure.
Okay.
That would
so.
be like, wow, that was fast.
Okay. So while Horace goes to talk to Travis, you go, I'm assuming, upstairs to one of the rooms where you could reach the vines. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna just figure out which room it seems like I'd probably be able to get to the vines from the window.
Let me check something real quick. Nope, I don't have. That's not a stat that exists. Okay. Hold on, I need to keep that tab open. So when you go up there, the room that there are like two rooms that you could go to. One of them's a bedroom, so not be the best idea. The other room is the study,
Oh, I want to go to the study anyway.
of course.
So
You
yeah,
have killed two birds with one stone. So in there, do you want to immediately go to the window, or do you want to do a little bit of looking around since you planned on going here anyway?
yeah. Since I found the study, I want to look around first. The plants will still be there.
Okay.
I want to see if I find any interesting notes, anything that seems to be occult related, anything that might show someone that would any suspicions.
Roll me two spot hiddens. This isn't for advantage. This is for finding two different things.
But hiddens. Is there any way I could use library use? Because it's like
Yeah,
going through
one
like a
spot hidden,
library.
one library use.
Okay. First spot hidden. Oh, no. Come on. Spot hidden, absolutely not.
Okay.
And then we'll see about library use.
Okay.
God damn it, no.
Okay, so that's failure on both counts. You could use luck.
I'm not going to use luck,
Okay.
but I will push the roll.
Okay.
So hopefully this will be a good choice. I'm just good at that, so I feel like if I push it, I should be okay, right? Work with me here.
And
No,
what are you
no,
pushing
that's
for?
way worse.
Oh, it doesn't apply. It
The
doesn't work either way.
library use. I was pushing
Okay.
the
But
library.
that's not a
use.
fumble, so that's good.
No, but it's a pushed fail.
Yep. And for context, a fumble is when you roll between like 95 and 100, and it means that not only do you fail, but something goes wrong.
Yeah, but it's a push roll.
It's a
Something goes
push
wrong
roll.
anyway.
Yeah, something does go wrong either way. So something's gonna go wrong here. So you're looking through stuff, and as you start looking, another tremor happens. This one is a little more intense than the last one. And as it happens, I want you to roll a dex check. Again, this is for a similar stabilizing yourself situation.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a hard success because it is a bad thing happening because of a push roll.
That might, let's see, my hard for dex, I'm pretty dexy. That is a hard success.
Okay. So
No, it's barely not. No, it is
it's
not.
barely not?
It is barely
Okay,
not a hard
fun.
success.
So, you're in the study. As you walk in, you're walking like past the desk or whatever, and as it shakes, there is a lamp that is still on. And as you sort of stumble and things start falling, you hit the lamp, and though it doesn't leave an injury, there is a burn on your shoulder. It hurts. It doesn't do any damage, but it hurts like hell. That's not fun. And yeah, that's not going to be enough for a compulsion or anything, but it is going to definitely hurt. It's going to not be fun. So now you have that, and something's going on with Quentin. It'll be fine. As you're sort of shaking and the lamp sort of hits you, it also falls, and though it doesn't burn or damage anything, it does scatter any documents that are on there.
Oh, okay. I'll write the lamp and pick up documents. Kind of look at them while I'm picking them up, you know.
You don't find anything of note except for two things. One is a meal plan, seemingly written by Noah Orlander, and it has the again, another thing, making sure no salt. And one thing that you don't notice, despite the fact that of all the places, if not the drawing room, then here, it would have been here, the will is not present.
No will. Hmm. Okay. I'll get that stuff put back on, and then I'll go over to a window and
Okay.
open it up and
Yep.
try to look at these vines.
So when you open it, the wind immediately hits you. It's like not enough to throw you off your balance, but it's very noticeable that the storm is getting worse.
Mm-hmm.
And do you reach for the vines?
I'm first looking out and seeing how far away they are.
Um, they're reachable. From like the perspective of the window, they're like a bit up and a bit to the side. You could probably grab them, but it might be a bit of a challenge. You might have to lean out at the window a little bit.
I mean, that seems like a really bad idea. Is there anything in this study that like I could like use to hook it with something long that
I'll
maybe
be
is there like a
nice.
fireplace with
Yeah, I'll
a
be nice and not make you roll for it. There's a fireplace with a fire poker next to it you could
okay.
potentially use.
I'm gonna
I'll be
use the
nice.
fire okay. I'm gonna use
I'll
the
be nice,
fire
only to hurt
poker.
you later.
Sure, of course. I'll use the fire poker to try and
Okay.
pull it closer so I can look at the plant.
Okay, roll me a sanity check.
Cool. That's a success.
Okay. So on a success, you still lose sanity. It's not nearly as much. I'm gonna say you lose 2.
All right.
Because as you as you get a hold of the vines, you feel that it's pulsing.
Mm,
And it feels warm.
mm, not normal.
And if you try to pull on it to like pull it off, it's way too strong. Too strong to be considered a vine.
Uh,
It's shaped like a vine, mostly, but it's pulsing and it's warm and it's stronger than a vine should be.
Is there like a letter opener or a knife in here?
Presumably.
I'm gonna try and like cut off a leaf.
There's no
A leaf.
leaves.
Just the vine. It's a
It's
leafless
just the
vine.
vine. You might feel a bump or two, but
I'm just
there's no
gonna like
leaves.
I'm gonna try and cut like the tip off then.
It bleeds. Well, it's
Awesome.
not blood, but it is liquid.
And it's red. And blood
It's not.
like.
It's hard to tell. It's dark out.
Well, I'm gonna take that little piece and bring it inside to look at it.
Do you get a better look at it?
Uh-huh.
It's not a vine. It's a vein.
Okay. Yes. Uh-huh. I'm gonna hang on to that to show to Cricket. Close the window. Hmm.
Do you want me to give you a compulsion now that you've come in closer contact with it?
I haven't failed a sanity check, so
So no, but you will get one eventually if you fail the
Mhm.
next one when it comes
Right.
eventually.
Right.
Okay.
So I am gonna leave the study.
Let's say that you meet up now, like you and
Yeah, like as I'm
Horace.
starting to go
As you're
out.
leaving the study, he's coming up to meet you there. You're both on the second floor still, so there's no one else around.
Oh, Millie.
Yeah.
Everything coming all right here?
Um, well, there's this, and I pass him the piece of vein.
Let's make a sanity check. Because now
What does it
you're
do,
seeing the
Richard?
vein. And just so you know, even
What-
though it's disconnected, it's still pulsing a little bit.
Why you do this to me? I've been
Make
nice
a
to you this
sanity
whole time.
check.
I have
Make a
been
sanity
nice to
check.
you.
I mean, to be fair, she doesn't know. Oh, that's good. Yeah, you're fine. You lose 2 sanity still, but you're fine.
He's
This
just like,
was
why in the world who'd you got?
oh, this is the vines on the house.
We can hear you now. We did take a break earlier. Okay.
Um,
Okay. Sorry, Brian's talking to us. I'm sorry about that.
Voice of God. Um, this is the vines on the house? Or are this? And there's no will in the study.
Those are vines.
I mean, they're clearly not vines, but
Okay,
it's what we
say
thought
that
were
again.
vines.
Um, wait. It,
Welcome to
those
the
look
third
like
act.
they belong in somebody or something.
I agree.
And you're saying that they're draped over the house
I
like
mean, you can go
vines.
look if you like. There's a
I'd rather
fire
not,
poker.
actually.
I will
I
say,
would really
it's
rather not.
while these very clearly are veins, they're not human veins. They're not like the size. They are thick.
He's just like, I'll get that they're thick, but they belong in somebody or something. This looks like something that probably belong in a whale's stomach.
Right, so why are they on the house?
My worst question is, why is it still moving?
I wonder if the pulse of this is like the same as the pulse of the not so dead guy.
Well,
I don't know how we checked that.
this kind of throws like every single
there's a way
plan
to
that I've
check it.
had out right now. You know, like
Right.
ow. Number one, how about we go find Mr. Edward or something?
Yeah. And what about what's his face?
Our driver, yeah,
Yeah,
my little,
Walter.
yeah,
What
Walter.
about
Yeah.
Walter?
Well, that's why I'm saying we need to get a hold of Mr. Edward here.
Yeah.
You know,
He came upstairs.
do we know where?
Um, we don't know. I assumed he went to his room, but we don't know which room is his.
Okay. How well do you trust me?
I mean, I know you're a con man, and so
Yeah.
that puts a damper on it.
Yeah.
But, I can say I trust you more than like anyone else in this house right now.
Fair play. I'm kind of thinking the same way about you right now,
Yeah.
especially after this. Whatever
Yeah.
the hell that is. I really don't like how it's wiggling around, but okay.
No.
So whatever story I go for, you'll try and like back me up on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What was Edward's last name? I couldn't remember it.
Lambert.
Oh. Okay. Let's go find Miss Lambert.
Do
Steps
that.
outside. He's like, Miss Lambert, we have a bit of a situation. If you don't mind.
He's not upstairs for one. He seems to have got. If you remember the direction he was going in, he was more so going to the drawing room to look for a phone.
Oh.
He mentioned he was calling a cleaning crew. You don't hear him at first, but you do eventually hear footsteps sort of rushing up the stairs to where you are, and you see him come up from the stairs, a little strained, admittedly. Yes.
Miss Lambert, this is somewhat embarrassing, if you don't mind. I'm having a bit of a problem, and well,
Problem?
I need to know where the facilities are, and between man to man, I might need your assistance with something.
You're down that hall. He points to like the hall that would like kind of opposite of the stairs, basically.
Right. Thank you.
What do you need?
Well, you see, sir, Millie, if you don't mind covering your ears, darling.
All right. I'll
Thank you,
cover them, but not really.
It looks convincing enough.
I've
Just
fortunately, you know how it is, like up in like New York and ways. It's kind of a nasty area, right?
yeah, I've visited.
Well, I've got myself a bit of an issue. Me tapeworm's trying to come out.
The facility's down the hallway.
I know that, sir, but I need some help with it. I've got my knife and everything, and that's not a problem. But I mean, come, I can't sit down, and if I ain't careful, then I might be relieving myself
I'm
without meaning
sorry.
to.
I don't know how to respond to this. You're
I would
sufficiently
say
caught
is
off guard.
Say
Are
what?
you-
Yeah, I know.
Are you asking me for assistance removing a tapeworm?
Look, I could pull some of it out, but I can't cut it off without possibly cutting my own bum.
So
Now,
you-
unless you want to see either a bunch of offal spread out by accident and have to really pay a fee for your cleaning crew, or having to deal with me leaving a trail of blood wherever I go, you would do me a favor, man to man. I can't ask my cousin to do that because she's a kind-hearted soul, and she's a little bit more or less weaker when it comes to her humors, and I don't want to embarrass her in such a way.
Fine. Just stop talking. I'll try to help.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much.
Don't know how to
Millie,
respond.
I managed to ask our nice host about assisting me with what I need to, so if you don't mind, watch the bathroom door.
I can watch the bathroom door.
Thank you. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
He said, Mr. Lambert, after you.
Fine. He walks inside.
Very confusedly watch the bathroom door.
So, what all is in the bathroom?
I mean, it's a pretty it's like the master bathroom of the house here.
Alright.
It's there's like a shower. There's a separate bathtub. It's relatively large. There's space. Everything that you would expect to be in a bathroom is there. Plus, like maybe like a small storage closet, but in it there's only like towels and shit.
All right. Cricket ends up taking off his belt.
Of course, he's looking away,
Now, I'm
trying
going
to
to
stay
ask
somewhat
you
distinguished.
to try and keep as kind-hearted as you can with what's getting ready to happen.
Oh no!
Because trust me, it ain't going to be pretty for either of us.
Okay.
You ain't looking, are you?
No, I'm not.
Good. As he takes his belt, twists it around his fist, and
Wait, it's like around his throat or like mouth? Like is he
around
gagged?
his mouth as
Got
a
it.
gag.
Okay, yeah, he's sufficiently caught off guard. He can't speak because he's gagged, but like what the fuck?
While
Now.
I'm outside, can I make a listen check? I'm just basically trying to listen for anything
You don't know how
anywhere.
accurate.
And I am assuming this might be one of the things I would hear, but I'm trying to hear if there's like other people and stuff, and probably
You got
whatever is going on. Let's see, what's my listen? I don't think it's
I
that. I
don't-
think it's
Dude literally got
That is a
mafia because
fail.
he tried to help a dude with a tapeworm.
Yeah,
I don't
why
hear
not?
anything.
After a little bit, you do end up hearing, Millie, my dear, if you don't mind.
Oh, yes. You
What?
you have your pants on, right?
Dude,
Oh,
I didn't even
yes,
realize
of
what you were
course.
trying to do because I was so caught off guard. I'd be like, "Dude, you cut the tapeworm out my ass."
Yeah, I mean, technically, around that time, that is a legitimate thing that would happen.
I
Surprisingly
know.
more common than you would
Didn't
imagine.
expect it.
Yep. It just didn't expect that.
Oh my
Yeah.
As long as I've been
so
assured his pants are
Mill-
on, I will go
Millie is
inside.
pretty much seeing that Cricket has the man by the mouth, successfully gagged with his
Well.
belt.
He's struggling. Make what would the check be to stop him from escaping? Is there a grapple thing?
There is
Brawl?
strength and
Oh, yeah,
power.
brawl.
Power is willpower.
Well, I've got
I would
strength.
say brawl.
Is there a brawl strat? Just like
There
stat, just
is.
straight up.
Yeah, there's brawl. It's a fighting stat.
Okay.
Base
Fighting
is
set
45.
brawl. Okay.
Yeah.
So it would be 45.
So you
Would my-
succeeded. If that roll
I
is still in the
I haven't rolled yet.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, here we go.
I'm seeing the 39 in chat. That's what. Oh,
Yeah.
but that's from Emily.
Yeah.
Yep. Damn it.
He failed. So you
Well-
failed. So he does
that's
get
the-
out. Well, he doesn't
that's
get
the deal.
out, but he.
That's the reason why I'm trying to say if this was strength, I would succeed.
Be nice.
That's what I'm saying. Is it
Yeah,
strength?
but that's
like
not how
athletic?
that's not how
No.
Cthulhu works.
Do I want to be nice?
I don't know because
Well, I'm
I was
gonna
going-
slam and lock the door and be in front of it, so I'm hoping that would
he won't be
prevent
able
him
to
from getting
He
out.
won't be able to get out, but like, okay, he gets out of your hold. He gets out of Horace's like grapple belt gagging situation. But he can't get past. He's still like disoriented, so he can't get through Millie. What is going on?
you really want to know? Millie, how about you show him the little tapeworm we found?
I don't want any more
Oh,
tapeworms. I know it's not a
okay.
tapeworm.
I'll show it.
Now, we found that growing on the outside of this house. Now, I personally know that you're trying to push ahead for this funeral, and I've got several witnesses that's trying to legitimate, or that's trying to confirm on that fact. Now, personally, you're trying to make sure that Miss Nisa ain't here to see your father, and I'm personally seeing a lot more issues with this situation than they're all good. So, the problem that I've got is that you've got me, who's already a known con man where I'm from, and I could very easily make you disappear. And luckily, I've got friends here who could also make sure that no one else can find you. So, question I got is why the geezer's still alive?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Really? Are you certain?
Roll psychology.
Can I roll that too? I also have.
Yes, you
psychology.
can. And I'm gonna make. It's not gonna be a hard success. A regular success will work, but
Mhm.
the better success, the better success.
Oh, that's really good.
Oh, that's really bad.
Okay, so
that
you.
is-
I'm not gonna say you believe him, but you can't tell that he's lying. Emily, how good of a success is that for you?
It's not quite a hard success. It's just a straight. It's almost a hard success.
So
but
you
it's just a
both know that
straight-
he's lying, but you don't know how much he's lying.
Yeah. See, I'm not very inclined to believe you. You're not a very good liar.
Well, I might have known that the man was still alive, but I know that he's not going to be alive for very long.
Why do you say that?
How much do you know? I want to know that before I answer any of your questions.
Well, for one, I know that somebody's drugged the old man.
Mm-hmm.
Drugged him with some herbal thing which is causing his heart to go to such a state that he only appears asleep. I know because I can taste that in his blood.
How much could
Secondly,
you taste in his blood?
Enough. Enough to know that it wasn't formaldehyde pumping through those veins.
No.
Other
And
thing that I
that
know
it
is
was
that
made out of these herbs and all this stuff. The herb.
Hmm.
And that
I
the
can tell
funeral
you.
was supposed to
Hmm.
be tomorrow, and you're trying to pretend like it was supposed to be today.
Roll spot hidden real quick.
Okay.
both of us or one of us.
You can do both, but this is mainly for Millie, but you can both do it if you would like.
All right. I would like. I want to try and redeem myself.
That
Okay.
is a hard a hard success.
Okay.
Oh, super success.
So
Wow, that is underneath my fifth.
okay, so
Extreme.
You notice that there's something
Extreme
off about his
thank you.
expression. Millie notices that there is something off about his expression when you list the herbs. Horace, you realize when you look at his face when the herbs are listed, he doesn't recognize them. It's not a case of he didn't realize that he was drugged. He doesn't know what he was drugged with.
So he's just like,
He's confused. Not totally confused, but there's a little bit
you
there.
ain't the ringleader in this, are you?
What makes you say that?
Well, if I'm so inclined, you seem to be the type to understand the legality of it, so you could figure out your loopholes, probably make off with a sweet little bankroll for yourself. Problem is that you don't know how to do it for this sort of thing. You need somebody who has experience in this, or has some knowledge.
Who
That
would have
leaves me
that?
with two people.
Hmm.
Well, possibly three, but two off the top of my head. I know that Shaw's had experience in skullduggery. Don't know how much. Wouldn't be surprised if she didn't pick up a few things. Next one. Oh, Willie. He's the only one that seems to have any sort of medical understanding whatsoever. And then the third one is our little chauffeur who seems to have fucked off in the night.
Well, I can't tell you exactly who spiked whatever drink knocked him out, but I can tell you one thing, and that's certainly not me.
So, what do you know?
How much do you want to know? Because I can tell you, you don't.
Well, then just tell
want to know.
us.
I'll tell you one thing. You're not going to want to be here much longer.
Why's that?
You really
It's got
sure you
something to
want
do
to know?
with the salt, innit?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Why doesn't he want salt?
Am I
So
here?
good for a lot of things.
I know.
But I don't think it's for the things you think it's used for. Not in this context.
Try me.
That thing you showed me.
Mm-hmm.
Got a lot of liquid in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not sure. None of us really know exactly what it is, but sure as hell wouldn't do super well in salt. Salt dries things up.
Mm-hmm. So why doesn't he want his daughter having salt?
How much do you know about Mr. Orlander?
Not much. Been called out here by the families. They want to make sure their affairs are taken care of, that their money's going to the place.
I'll give you a hint. Check that study again. I know where you got that thing. Didn't break into any of the bedrooms, and study's the only place you're going to get that.
What
You
are we
might
gonna
find
find in
something.
the study? What are we
Look through
looking
the.
for?
There's a book. Might help you out a little bit. I don't exactly want to be here any more than you do.
Well, if you don't want to be here any more than we do, then it behooves you to help us find what we're looking for. So instead of just being vague about it being a book, of which there's a lot in his study, you could tell us what book we're looking for.
It's under the desk. I can't say much more than that. Like you said,
Under the
I'm not the ringleader. I
Hmm.
don't feel like getting. I don't feel like becoming the next one to end up in Mr. Orlander's place.
So he's not the first?
It's not the first. Chances are he won't be the last either.
Nisa.
Nessa's an interesting case.
Case.
Do you really want me to explain more? You won't like the
I mean,
answer.
that's kind of why we're here. So, yes.
I don't think that we're going to push ourselves too much, because, well, as it starts right now, Millie, here's a thought. Technically speaking, you and I don't get any sort of benefit from this, one way or another, do we? After all, I've told you what all I'm supposed to be doing. And as he
Right.
already knows, families make sure that whoever they send is usually expendable.
You get it.
And I'm not trying to mean anything, Millie, but if certain people already have issues with you, they could also stand to see you too.
You know how to keep your nose out of things.
Well,
Smart
I know how
move.
to keep my nose out of things. I also know when it's time to start dipping away, if need be. There's something that's just eating on me. Something that's really eating on me.
That's the one.
All of these people that's here, no one seems to gain anything from, but all of them could be supposed to gain something. Except one.
Oh.
Only
Who?
one of them.
Who?
Who's the one person that you never suspect at a funeral?
Damn
Oh, there's
priest.
quite a few. The priest? Priest is just here for the theatrics of it all.
Yeah, sure is.
Mhm.
You take care of yourself, all right?
All right.
And hopefully you understand, with respect, I didn't draw me knife on you because I wasn't planning on killing you. I just didn't
Sure.
want you to scream and wanted a straight answer. That's all.
Sure. I'll tell you one thing, though. That funeral's happening tonight. I'm telling you
Why?
right now, it's better that Nessa's not here. For her sake, at the very
Why?
least. I think you'll see. I don't really like to, spoil the ending.
There's
Really?
that thing about spoilers again.
Let's check out that study. See if we can find a book.
Yeah. Hmm.
You have a good night, Mr. Lambert.
Good night. I'll see you later. Probably. He lets you leave.
You mean I let us leave?
Sure. You are the one
Our
in front of them.
Cricket just says, okay, so neither one of us tries to get too far from each other from now on the rest of the night, right?
I agree. No more splitting up.
Right.
Let's go back to that study.
All right,
The
you go
study?
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We're underneath the desk, I guess.
he mentioned the book under the desk. Do you check under the desk?
Yeah.
Cricket's kind of watching out for the doorway and the windows right now.
So there's nothing immediately under the desk, but in a point where it doesn't look like there's a drawer, but if you look closely, the like bit of wood at the bottom of the dresser, there's like a keyhole.
So it's locked. Is it locked or is it just a key? Can I try to open it without the key?
I mean, there's no handle, so you kind of need the key to pull it.
We need a key.
Right, here. Get up for a minute. Let me try something.
All right. Do you have the key?
Yeah, something like that.
And I'm going
I
to use my
didn't include
locksmith
this for
ability.
you, but I know what you did with your with your skills. So I'm gonna let you do this because I think it's fun. And I didn't have a puzzle plan for finding a key,
Much better.
so
if
this
we
is
can
a
just
lot
unlock.
easier.
Ooh, that's a failure.
Mm.
So it's
So-
like, not very skilled, this.
Yeah, you're not gonna get in. It's
Right.
like it's not a very complicated lock, but like it's still like it's dark. You're still a little unnerved from both your conversation with Edward and the weird fucking vein. So you're not, it's not your best work.
All right.
Should
Well,
be somewhere around here.
he's like,
Look for a key.
all in or nothing.
He leans back and tries to kick in the thing to try and break it open.
Roll strength.
While he's rolling strength, can I roll spot hidden to find the key?
Yes, you can.
Like, oh, wait.
Crunch!
It works. Does it work?
That, yeah, that
So-
is
don't find the
1
key.
point.
You don't find the key.
Above.
You fumble,
What?
actually. That's a
Yeah.
98. You fumble while looking for the key.
Yep.
Okay, so you break open the drawer.
Oh,
You
That's
fumble.
I got shocked by the breaking open of the door.
Yeah, you got shocked. You get shocked, and as you're looking around, the window is still open.
I closed.
You didn't close. I don't. Oh yeah, you did close it.
Say I close it.
Okay,
It
you
can
did
still-
close it.
It could be open. It's called Cthulhu. But if
It is
it's
open.
closed, if it's open, It freaks me out because I closed
yeah.
that window.
So while you're looking around, you notice that despite the fact that you distinctly remember closing that window, it's open again. And
Oh my God, here.
if you look a bit closer, the veins are growing closer to the window. They're not inside, but they're inching closer.
I'm gonna close the window again. And is there like a latch to like lock it?
There's not a latch. Also, my lights are being funky.
I'm wondering why it's like
I'll
freaking
take-
Dante's Inferno music.
We're
is
descending into hell.
I mean,
I'll take
things are getting
I'll take the
spookier.
poker. Yeah. I'll take the poker and wedge it in above the window so it can't be reopened. Like
Smart.
yeah.
Yeah, my lights keep being funky. Let's see
They
if that.
know. They know.
Okay. Anyways. My LEDs and camera are not cooperating. Anyways, so you jam the window shut, and it seems to work. Like it's not reopening or anything. You are a little unnerved by that, so make a sanity roll.
Okay.
Did I find the book or did I break my ankle?
You
It is a
do
success.
you do find the book, but because you brute forced it, the cover is scratched a little bit. You can't. So it's scratched, and the reason that's an issue is because it's in the area where it would say who the book belongs to.
Oh.
So you get the book. It's a little scratched up. There's again, it's a little scratched in areas that you wouldn't want it to surely be scratched in, and you got the book. Yay! Do you open the book?
First
It's a
thing he's gonna
success on
do
my
is try
sanity.
and examine
You
the
don't-
outside of the book. Is there anything odd about the exterior of the book itself? Anything like a title on the side or the spine or something?
Other than the point where the name would have been written of who owns it, there's pretty much nothing on the cover. It's blank.
just a
Also, your
normal
succeeded
book?
sanity roll means you're fine. You don't lose anything. Anyways,
Is it just a book?
it's just a book. Nothing on the outside looks wrong.
The way it's scratched, is there any letters that are still visible that you could kind of maybe
There's a
make it out?
few. You can tell this belongs to Anne Orlander,
An Orlander.
but the
we can't
name
get
of
the first
which
name?
one is gone.
Okay.
It's like the wood just sort of scraped over the cover right where the first name was.
Millie, I want to ask you a very interesting question. Your practice, does it give you like spell books or hex books or something?
I've never seen one. I've seen some interesting books that imply spells, as it were. I mean, there's things like spells, but not, I don't think, the way you're thinking.
Right then. Well, if I get possessed by Satan, I hope you can bring me back out of it. As he opens the book.
Do you just open it to a random page?
Yeah, just a random page.
I'm gonna roll something real quick. Roll something of my own.
Oh, not me. Okay.
I'm gonna roll. Actually, you can roll something if you want, but it's not for a stat. It's just for my own information. It's just for my own knowledge. Roll something, please.
Oh, so just a random
Just a random D100
1D100. Gotcha.
with no stats attached.
29.
Okay, that's in the danger range for me.
That means for us. Uh-huh.
Are you both looking into the book?
Yes.
I want you both to roll a sanity check again.
Okay,
Mhm.
not a problem.
And I'm going to grab something from my backpack because I have been doodling things in class that work kind of well for this image. It's just going to be more generally horrifying.
We're both really good.
That's enough.
He's-
So
I
you,
got a 1!
nice. So you both succeed.
I got a 1!
To grab
I'm gonna roll a 100 later. I know I'm gonna
I
roll
know,
a 100.
right?
Yeah.
At a really bad time.
I know.
So,
I'm beginning to get emotionally invested in these characters, and I know that they're going to die.
so
They might
I
not.
doodle a lot.
I've had characters survive Call of Cthulhu plenty
And
of times.
one doodle that I've been making a lot that relates to this game is these. These spiraling patterns.
Ah,
You
yes.
see those in the book, but a lot more detailed. They have veins. And if you look
Okay.
closely, and if you remember some of the things that I pointed out in those disease books, I mentioned cancers.
Yes.
The drawing that you see in there is a very detailed tumor. And it seems to have been drawn very frantically. Someone who was not in the correct state of mind.
Hmm.
Do you look through any more of the book?
Well, this isn't explaining anything, so yes?
Is there any writing?
Not on this page.
God!
This
Okay.
goes across the entire page that you turn to.
He tries to flip back to the first page, see if there's like a name or something on the title page or something.
Mm-hmm.
The name is not one that you recognize. It is an Orlander, but is neither Noah nor Nessa. And how much do
Nicholas?
you know about this family in general? Like, at least names-wise, who's involved?
I don't know nothing.
I'm gonna be I'm gonna be nice. And by nice I mean giving you information that you might not have, even if you don't want it. This book is titled as belonging to Mary Orlander, which would be Nessa's mother and Noah's wife, who notably died when Nessa was young.
Oh no.
So she drew that. Well, let's see if it says anything. If there's any more information. I wonder.
Before we go too much into this,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not very skilled with names of men,
I'm putting my notebook back.
but Noah wanted to make sure that Nessa didn't get any salt.
Right.
Salt on whatever this tumor, whatever it is, apparently dries it out.
Right.
If this is Mary's book, then Mary died early in Nessa's child.
Right.
What if Nessa was the reason Mary died?
But why would she be the reason she died?
Because Nessa can't have salt, and this thing can't have salt. And if it's a cancer, you think it could be possible that Nessa is
veins?
maybe some of this stuff here?
I don't know. Let's look at the book more. If we don't get enough
Okay.
information, maybe I could talk to Mary. Maybe she's here.
If you want to try for that, go on ahead. I'll keep on looking. I'll know how to do a seance.
Do you want to talk to Mary? How much does Millie... How much of a sense does Millie have for spirits? Like, when she's not actively trying to talk to them or whatever.
I mean, I'm not saying that she's like just a super just walk into a place and knows everything in a place, but like she does legitimately has had experiences and does legitimately like reach out to spirits and stuff. So I'll kind of leave it up to you in a way.
The same feeling that Millie got when in the Winchester house, whenever there was a presence or whatever, is something that kind of has existed throughout this house, but not in any notable way until this book was opened. If Millie could recognize spirits in the Winchester house, she could recognize this.
So, Cricket, I think maybe we should not necessarily do both at the same time. I think we should keep looking at the book, but then I think we should use the book as a focus to encourage Mary, because once we opened it, I'm pretty sure she's here. And I could talk to her. I've got my board, and I could talk to her, and if we use the book as a focus, that helps.
Right then. He opens a book, lays it out to where Mary's name is exposed to the top, and I guess we put the board on top of it.
Yeah, I'll just put it, so it doesn't cover the board, so the board's still free, but like just right on top and above it. And it's better with more than one person, Cricket. So I'll just have you take your 2 fingers on both your hands and just place them on the planchette, which is this little thing on that moves around on the board.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good for this.
And then you're just gonna want to clear your mind and close your eyes and take a few breaths and focus yourself. And I'm going to reach out to Mary Olander. Mary, are you here?
It's gonna, as you speak, the lights sort of flicker briefly, and it takes a moment, but the planchette does move to yes.
Yeah. So, Mary, we found your journal. Why did you draw the cancer?
It's still for a moment before it starts to spell out GROWING.
Wait,
It spells out growing.
what's growing?
It doesn't spell out anything, but you know how planchettes have a little point?
Mm-hmm.
Is the book still open?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It points
To her
to the
name.
image of the tumor.
Okay. The tumor is growing. What does this have anything to do with Nessa?
I'm not going to spell it out this time because it's a longer thing, but it spells out. Well, actually, I'm just going to spell it out because I think it's creepier. DRAINING.
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 Draining. What is Nessa draining?
It just moves to no.
It's draining, Nessa.
It's draining Nessa?
It moves to yes.
I know this is a really sensitive question, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but it might help us. How did you die?
It again points to the tumor.
Is the
And
tumor...
it spells out again, drain.
It drained you. Is the tumor the vines on the house? The veins?
It moves to the yes, and then it spells out BALLROOM.
Ballroom. What's in the ballroom?
It points to the tumor again.
The platform.
The platform?
It spells out again. It spells out again, and I'm not going to say this because it's long. Underfloor.
Under the floor.
The
in
platform
the ballroom.
where the geezer's on. They put him right over it.
Yeah.
It takes him so it don't take Nessa just yet.
Right.
Right.
So why?
Miss Oleander, I've got to ask, if you don't mind, I'm not any form of familiar with this. Just yes and no would be good. Would an axe work?
It moves to no.
But salt? Would salt work?
It moves to yes. But shakes a little bit. And then it shakes a little. It moves kind of to the yes, but doesn't go fully. Like it moves part way and then stops.
Are you not sure?
It pauses for a moment and then spells out delay.
Delay. Salt would delay its ability to drain? Is that what that means?
It might delay it from killing Nessa.
Do you know how to actually kill it?
It moves to no.
So the closest thing we have is salt.
Well, you got that, and I know one other thing. Drown something biological in any form of slowly start killing it.
You cut off. I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Yeah, I couldn't. Yeah.
Drown something in enough alcohol, and it'll kill it if it's biological.
That's assuming it's biological.
Also, assuming you have enough alcohol to kill something big enough to fit under a ballroom floor.
I don't know whether we have enough, but Cricket's probably about ready to start drinking.
It's worth a try.
What about fire? Big cleanser.
Fire's
Fire's always
good.
nice.
How do you feel about fire, Mary?
It's still for a little bit, and it says, and it just spells out BURN.
Burn.
Okay,
Right.
that's
Well,
promising.
sorry to say it, Miss Mary, but I apologize for the amount of arson that could be happening soon.
But hopefully, with the information you've given us, we'll be able to save Nessa and maybe Noah. So, unless there's anything else you wanted to ask Cricket.
No,
go.
I'm trying to process.
All right.
Before
Alright,
you close it
Mary.
out, wait, are you going to close it out now?
I was going to close it out, yeah.
Go ahead and do it.
All right, Mary, think we really appreciate you coming and talking with us. We're going to see what we can do to save your daughter. And then I'll just bring the planchette over to goodbye, and I'll tell Cricket,
As
you
you-
gotta
Oh.
put it to goodbye.
I'm going to say, as you start to do that, before it can reach goodbye, the lights flicker again and buzz out. Everything goes dark. And in the darkness, we have battle on him.
I don't think that was
Burn.
Oh, wait. Burn?
And roll a
Was that
sanity,
Mary?
by the way.
Hmm?
And roll a
Roll a-
sanity.
Okay, roll a sanity. Roll a sanity. Roll a sanity. Roll a sanity. Roll a
I
sanity.
told you, I was practicing my monster
sanity.
voices.
Rolling a... Wait, which one was
Good.
mine? Oh, I got a 15. I'm good.
I'm used to
I'm
ghosts.
good.
You're doing good.
I'm used to people threatening me.
You're insane. But you're fine. You're very clearly shaken. Both of you are gonna lose 4 sanity for that, even though
That's a lot for a success.
let's do 3. I'll be nice. Here's 3. You lose 3.
Well, as it stands, my sanity points is at a grand total of 60.
I'm at 67.
And
Yeah. And I'll just say as I'm going to the goodbye, it's like, well, you're gonna have to try a lot harder than that. I've dealt with this before, and go to goodbye.
okay. The lights flickered on after she spoke, by the way. They're back.
Yeah. Okay, so that was her. She wasn't trying to scare us. She was just telling us what.
She was trying to inform you.
Okay. Yeah. No.
I missed
then
all of
that's
what
not
was
what
said.
I wasn't sure.
Okay, my
Yeah,
voice
me
was
too.
a little...
So I
She said,
I will.
She said, just to clarify, because obviously it wasn't that clear because I was doing monster voice.
Yeah.
She said, we are beyond hope. Burn him, burn them all. and then just burn.
Oh, okay. Okay, so she doesn't want us to save Noah. I don't think she was trying to scare us. It's just
Uh,
sometimes when spirits talk to us, they don't realize that they're being kind of creepy.
My dogs are going a bit nuts. I'll be right back. Just give
Yeah,
me a second.
okay.
Okay.
I told you I
So
was
what's going
practicing
on,
monster
Peppers?
voices. I wanted to give my monster voices. I have plenty.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think because also like Discord was just breaking up just enough where it was like monster sounds rather than monster words.
Yeah, like it's supposed to sound vaguely like words.
hmm Yeah.
I like doing them. They're
Vaguely
fun.
like
And some
words.
of them actually feel really nice on my throat.
Yeah, and they should. Like you don't want to do ones that don't. You want
Yeah.
to find ways to do them so they don't hurt.
Yeah, it takes practice.
Of course, yeah.
The thing is, I was
A
that kid in
lot.
like 3rd grade who did the weird voices to try and scare people, but then I just kept practicing them. And now I can do them like for stuff and things.
Sorry about that. It's just they're chihuahuas. They get a
Yeah.
little yappy if something goes wrong.
It's fine.
So
All right.
she wants us to burn all of them.
Keep in mind,
Wow.
she said them, or all of them. How many people does she know are in this house?
Well, I mean, if she's able to see,
Who knows if she's able to see?
yeah. Would I be able to like kind of discern that in some way?
Probably not.
Okay.
Right.
I want to look more in the book though. I want to flip through some of the pages.
As she's doing that, Cricket is going to some of the other books and just pulling them off whatever shelf that they're on.
Most of the books are fine. There's not much that's super weird.
Oh
Um,
no, no.
Oh,
no,
you're
no.
distressed.
No,
Oh, what are
actually,
you doing?
yeah, completely different. Because he's pulling out a couple of books and then he sets a stack onto the thing and he starts ripping out pages and starts stuffing them into the shelves.
Oh, it's
What are
for
you doing?
fire.
Burn them all.
Right. Flipping through the book.
So, as Millie looks through the book, some of the pages are unreadable. Like some of them aren't in English. There's like a variety of languages in here. Some of the words are just straight up scribbled out. There's definitely some blood on some of the pages. It's hard to read, but if you were to guess based on the bits that you can see, there are a few people that both Mary and Noah were aware of that are at this party or funeral.
Okay.
The names, there are 2 names that come up a few times that you would recognize, though none of the others, the names of the other people here come up. Or there's actually 3.
Okay.
I'm going to say there's 3. 2 of the ones that that would probably stand out to you first are Shaw and Lambert.
Okay.
The last one, which might surprise you a little bit more, is referring to someone that she's not fond of. In fact, maybe a little nervous of in a keep away from them, they might be trouble way, is Myers, which, if you remember, is the
That
last
was a
name of your
chauffeur.
driver,
hmm
who seemed very hesitant about coming up to the estate. He claimed it was rain. But was it?
We still don't know where he is. Barbara and Edward keep coming up in her writings that are kind of hard to follow.
Okay, you also notice that Noah's in there, but that shouldn't be a surprise.
Right. But also Walter is in there. You said it was in a bunch of different languages. I do know Latin. Was there any Latin in there?
There's a little bit. It's mainly reciting. It's mainly reciting prayers, oddly enough.
She has a bunch of prayers in here.
And I will mention, there are names in there that do repeat that you don't recognize as people here. Some of them potentially could be people that are here, but they're not
Under
super
different
We
clear.
haven't been introduced with everyone yet.
You
Yeah.
have actually. You have been introduced to
But
everybody.
maybe they
in that
were
currently.
different names.
I mean, there's some first names, and there's characters in here that you haven't heard their first name. Particularly
enough.
one.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that stupid priest. Hmm.
You only heard him referred to as Father Turner,
Yeah.
which is a last
And
name.
Padre. And
Padre
Papa.
and Daddy.
And Daddy.
Video. Yeah.
Titles and last names, but no first names.
Yeah.
So, now that we're got ourselves all sort of sorted,
Yeah.
how about we try and save who we can?
Think the only people we really should even consider are Jesse and Travis.
There's actually
Oh,
one
and
more.
Mallory.
Mallory. Yeah.
Mallory.
Yeah. So, how about this? We try and get ourselves a little fire going here. There's another place where we should try and get a fire going.
I feel like we need to have the fire in the ballroom. We need to tear up the floor?
No. You start a fire where no one's going to find it. You want the ballroom to be the last place anybody sees any danger. That way, when it collapses, there's nowhere else for him to go. Trust me,
But
I
we
know how
can't-
to set a fire.
But we can't confirm that this cancer thing gets burned that way.
No. But what's the worst that could happen?
We don't burn the thing and bad, horrible things happen.
And we come back if we need to and burn it, salt it, whatever else. I mean, hell, here's something funny for you. It's raining outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't that mostly be salt water?
Not really.
Near the coast?
You are near the coast.
Rainwater's still primarily fresh water.
Well, look, all I'm trying to say is that I've already got it from Jesse. There ain't no freaking salt on this entire property. And it would
Is
take
there?
time
Right.
to get it up here.
Oh, yeah.
Jesse said,
Oh yeah.
Jesse
I'm
flat out
confusing-
said, there is
I'm
no
confusing-
salt.
I'm confusing my original notes with what I've said in game. My original notes were a little different, so that's a mistake on my part. My original notes had there being salt stored in the kitchen that never got used, but now I'm making things harder on you. There's no salt.
Well, I mean, I always have a little bit of salt because you need it for what I do. But I mean, depending on how much we need, I don't have a lot. Just have like a little jar.
Well, the problem is then is this. You think that little jar's going to be enough?
I mean, if it's connected to what's on the outside of the house, I feel like we need a lot.
Yeah, which we ain't got.
No.
So the only other thing I got is fire. That's about it.
I just don't know that if we start a fire here, it's gonna be successful in what we're trying to do.
What else do you think? If I go downstairs, I could probably get old Travis to help us out. He could probably help
that's
secret now. He could probably help secret Melanie, or at least something. And I think I've got Miss Jessie enough on a good side to probably help her.
Didn't you say that Travis said that Mallory's trustworthy, but she can't keep her mouth shut?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Is there something that if we told her, she would say that would maybe possibly clear them out of the ballroom?
Like what? Oh God help, there's a giant tumor underneath the floorboards that's eating old geezer in the box.
No, I feel like they know that. Something. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know what would make them go, but we might be able to use her an ability to be quiet to our advantage. I don't know. I mean, maybe if we did start a fire here and then told her, and then like, oh, we got to go deal with the fire.
I'm thinking we don't tell anybody about the fire except Travis. Like I said,
I think
Travis can
we're
help
gonna
us
have to
get
get under those floorboards.
Not if we set enough of a blaze up. I'm thinking that library would make quite a spark.
Big houses, it's easy for little pockets to be unaffected, even though other places are completely devastated.
DM.
Yeah.
Um,
Yes.
What is since Cricket was in the kitchen watching things being cooked, were they gas stoves?
You know what? Because of the time period, they were.
Yeah, either be that or wood burning. So yeah, it makes sense.
So,
Wood burning is expensive. We'll make it gas stoves.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
nice house, right? They would have the best things. They wouldn't have an old
Exactly.
fire burning stove.
so, it's like, okay, got an idea.
Okay.
You head down, get a hold
Mhm,
of Travis,
mhm.
and tell him what's going on. Tell him that Cricket says it's time to get a little quiet.
Okay. Cricket says it's time to get a little quiet. Okay.
Get a hold of Melanie. See if you can inspire her to take some sort of, I don't know, inspiration from the storm outside. You know? Kind of
Mhm.
coax her, kind of goad her. Meanwhile, we'll go down and try and talk to Miss Jessie.
Okay.
And if
And
push comes to shove, I'll leave the gas on. That way, when it comes up to this top floor, the fire is. Boom.
that would require us splitting up again.
Yeah, but it might actually make us seem a little less conspicuous. Especially if we
We just
include.
said we weren't going to split up anymore.
No, but what other choice we got? Could be that old Lambert went after us, but I mean, Travis is a pretty dangerous bloke.
But if
Also, I
they're all
kind
in
of
the
trust him.
ballroom, maybe we should just. I feel like at this point they're all in the ballroom.
Well, either way we go, I don't play until it burns to the ground. Question is do we want to be in it or not? Now,
I mean, I don't want to be in it when it burns to the ground because I'd rather not burn.
fair enough. I already know I'm going to burn, but I'd like to hold that off as much as I can.
Sure.
So,
Okay.
you got anything to light this up with? He's going to look, because you said that
do.
there was a fireplace in here. So there matches?
Yes.
I have a lighter.
You do have a lighter. That also works.
Mhm.
Matches. There's matches, and then you also have a lighter. So that actually gives you 2 points of fire. Woo! Give the matches to Horace, and you got your lighter. You can both set a fire.
Right. So you should
Teamwork
take the
for
rest of the
arson.
matches with you. For arson.
Arson! My favorite crime.
I wonder if
Right.
the floorboards are still soaked in booze. I bet you they just like go right up.
DM, I know that it was kind of off character, but would there actually be cooking sherry in the kitchen?
Presumably. There would be alcohol in the kitchen, presumably.
Oh, interesting. He's going to take that note.
You know, they're rich.
gonna-
They're fancy rich people. Wine sauce is a common thing among rich dishes.
He's going to
So
take
I'm
that
not
note
gonna
after
do-
her saying that about there being alcohol. He's going to reach down, take off his shoe, and pull off a sock.
Oh, I know what you're doing.
Mhm.
Molotov.
Molotov!
Molotov.
Definitely
So-
have an idea.
Okay,
Okay.
so we start this here now. We don't say anything.
Okay.
We start going downstairs. Reason why is that this is a backup fire in case they get the ones downstairs put out.
Out.
Now,
I like
if you
that.
want to, try and get a hold of Melanie or Travis, one of the others, tries to see if we can get into the library and start another. That way we have a backup fire.
Right.
Meanwhile, do my best to get a hold of Miss Jessie, get her out of the kitchen. Don't know whether that's going to be possible or not. Leave the gas on. And yeah, what'd you say?
All right.
Okay. So as
Let's do
we
it.
start heading out, he just kind of sets on fire the papers that's on the shelf, books in the study.
That'll take some time to burn, but you're on a time limit now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not setting an official one, but mainly because I don't know how long it would be, but
It's a big house. It'll take a while, but it's a start.
Well,
Yeah.
the other reason is that the study's on the second floor.
Mm-hmm.
Gas rises.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the clock is ticking.
Okay, so we both head downstairs.
Yes. And I'll go to the ballroom.
I'm following in behind her, keeping an eye on her as long as I can. Once again, we have to figure out who's going to go library.
You cut
Library
off.
and what you cut off.
We've got to figure out who's going to go library and who isn't. We're probably both heading down to see where everyone is, if they're in the ballroom.
I thought we wanted to get Travis to do library.
We're not going to get Travis to light the library fire. Travis is
Oh,
the
you
muscle
were.
to try and make sure that Melanie or Jessie gets out.
Well, if we
The
just
extra
convince
hand.
Jesse to go right outside and get inspiration from the storm, then Travis doesn't need to be the muscle there.
True, but I don't
That
know
was what
whether
I-
I can handle the cantankerous kitchen mother.
Well, let's cross that bridge when we get to it. So let's deal
Alright.
with them first, because then if Travis's muscle isn't needed, he could be another fire starter.
Fair enough.
Okay. I'll go talk to Mallory.
So you're going downstairs? Both of
Yeah,
you?
we're going to the ballroom. Yeah.
Okay. So you step into the ballroom. And first thing you'll notice, because you're looking for her, Mallory is missing.
Is Barbara here?
Barbara is here, but Mallory is not.
I will go to Barbara. Hi, Barbara, I was looking for Mallory. We were going to have that drink.
Oh, I think Mallory went to the kitchen to pick something up.
Did she?
Yes.
Does she seem suspicious? Does this seem on the up and up?
Psychology?
Psychology. Okay, I'm okay at that. No, D100. No, that is a fumble.
You
It's a
believe
98.
every word she says.
Oh, okay. Well then, I'll go find her. Thank you. Cricket. Mallory is in the kitchen, so I'll go to the kitchen and I'll get that. Yeah, I'll make sure the coffee is doing the coffee thing.
Gotcha. No problem.
Yeah.
What are you
Travis!
gonna do, Horace? Oh, you're going to Travis? Okay.
Travis!
No need to. What is it?
Travis, me lad. We got a situation.
Situation? Something
The
up?
house is about. Yeah, house is
Yeah,
about to go up. I'll get
Why?
explain. To protect our asses. Always in one.
You know, I really want an explanation right now for why you're burning the house down.
Oh, it's simple.
But I know that you probably have a reason that you'll explain to me later.
Oh,
What do
yeah.
you need?
Well, do you know where the cook and that one nice little author lady is?
I mean, haven't seen the author lady in a hot second. Chef should be in the kitchen. Told me that she had something she wanted to handle in there. Author lady, I heard last I saw she was going back to the library.
Right, well, I'm heading back that way myself.
Hmm.
So, when you head to the
Yeah.
kitchen, make
Huh?
sure to pick up me sweet little cousin, and try and get that nice little kitchen lady, and leave the gas on.
All right. Word of warning. She didn't exactly go up there alone. I mean, she didn't exactly go to the library alone.
Ah.
Last I saw, that Edward guy, he had something he wanted to talk about with her.
I see. Well, needless to say, as I said, make sure to get that nice Millie lady and that kitchen lady out. All right.
All right. And he's gonna head to the kitchen.
Just before he goes, he says, "Hey, Travis,
Yeah.
you're a good egg."
You're one of the few people that'll tell me that. Thanks.
No problem. And he goes to the library.
All right.
I go to the kitchen.
Okay. We'll start with you this time.
Okay.
Hold on. Someone's trying to talk to me, and I have to tell them I have a game to finish. Oh no! Okay. Anyways, so you go to the kitchen. You're quickly followed by Travis, which you're aware of the plan, so you know what's going on. When you get to the kitchen, you do not see Mallory, but you do see Jessie, and she seems to be just organizing a little bit. You know, like the kitchen's a bit of a mess after all her cooking, and she didn't have much time to clean things up before going to set things up in the ballroom. So,
Oh, I
hey,
thought
what are you
Mallory.
doing in here? Isn't the thing should be starting soon, right?
I
We have,
thought
like-
I was told Mallory came in here. Was Mallory here?
Author lady? No, I haven't seen her.
Oh, I was told she was here. But Travis is here, right? Okay, so Travis,
Yeah, we gotta get ready to go.
did you know where Mallory went? Mallory.
I saw her go into the library with Edward.
Oh.
Can't really tell
Oh.
why. He said he wanted to talk about something, but
Oh. I guess I should go back to the ballroom to get Cricket. I don't want to go in the library by myself.
he went to the library. If you're going there,
Went to-
then he's already there.
Oh. Okay, so you know what to do here, right?
Yeah, I was told.
Okay.
Can't tell if Jessie will be happy with me setting her kitchen ablaze, but
Right.
listen, I don't know what's going on, but
He'll explain. I gotta go catch up with Cricket. I have a bad feeling about this.
yeah, something
Go.
tells me I do too. Okay, he's gonna handle things with Jessie in the kitchen. Okay, you go to the library.
Mm-hmm. Try to catch up with Cricket. I was ahead of him, so I would think that I would be getting to him like maybe as he's getting to the door.
Now, as Cricket gets to the door and you're running through the hall past the ballroom, another tremor hits. And this one's a lot harder than the last one.
Mhm. Yeah.
I want you both to roll your dex checks first.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Oh my god, another fucking Oh no, that was the old one.
It's not a
A
fumble,
71.
but how is that?
It's
69.
Nice.
For
Is that a
dex.
failure?
It's
That's a
barely a
failure.
failure for me.
So you both
But
fail.
I'm solving it with my luck points.
Oh, so you're gonna succeed.
Yep, I only need to spend
Yeah.
4.
Okay.
I
So,
only need to spend 1.
are you both gonna spend luck? Because we're nearing the end. So,
Yeah, I'm gonna spend luck.
okay.
'Cause
So
I
you
only
That's
both
why I'm
spend one
succeed.
succeed.
Yeah.
Now, you don't see this because you're near the door of the library. You're passing the ballroom.
Mhm.
You see, and you're gonna have to roll a sanity check for this one.
Cool.
As you pass the ballroom and the ground shakes and you sort of stabilize yourself, you look into the ballroom and the floor is cracking.
Uh-huh.
And those veins that you saw growing over the house begin sprouting from the floorboards.
That's not good. Okay. I'll
Roll a sanity!
Roll a sanity check. You're not gonna have to, Horace. You're fine. You don't see any of this.
I'm fine.
You've been doing
Seen
so
stuff like
fucking
this
well.
before.
I can't drive you insane to save my life. Lose 2
Well,
sanity.
it keeps being things that maybe she has experiences with.
I don't
Let's
think
be
she has
honest. She was
experience with
exercised as a
this.
child. She had a lot of issues that she dealt with.
I was not.
She worked at the
Don't
Winchester Mansion. That's her whole thing.
No, my
Fair
parents
enough.
worked at the Winchester Mansion. I was the child of 2 workers at the Winchester Mansion.
Anyways,
I
as
just explored the house and learned fun stuff from Sarah.
fun stuff.
Stuff.
But so you see that, and
Uh-huh.
they're not just they're starting to sprout from the ballroom, but you can tell from like almost like a knocking sound on the other floorboards. It's not just the ballroom. So
Okay.
and you also hear a scream and what sounds like a piercing sound. And you can check that out if you want, but that requires going into the ballroom.
That's in the ballroom. Okay.
Do you want to
gotta
just go to the library, or do you want to see what the scream was?
I mean, I want to see what the scream is, but I have to get to Cricket.
It's up to you.
No, I gotta get to Cricket.
Okay. What you
So I'm
gonna
just
do?
rushing. I'm
So
rushing
you're-
to Cricket.
You're rushing to Cricket. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, retrograde, I guess, before that happened.
Yeah, so you're running. You're there. Okay. So you were told that Mallory went to the library with Edward.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? Because I'm assuming you're going to the library.
Oh,
'Cause that's
yeah,
part of
he's
the plan.
heading straight out that way. That was the
Okay,
deal.
so-
That's the reason
Yeah.
why he told Travis to take care of Millie and the old lady, but apparently can't trust Travis for everything.
Oh, like Millie
There-
would be taken. Like, no.
Okay, so you're there. The ground shakes, and you hear the knocking on the ground. It's not enough for you to like fully make a sanity check, but you're like, something's going on. It's not good.
Big issues. I
Do you
well,
go in?
Yeah, he's going in.
Cricket!
So you're gonna have to roll a sanity check for that. For
Okie
what you
dokie.
see in there. So Mallory, she's not dead exactly, but her skin looks very pale compared to before, and it looks like there's some of the veins on her body, not like coming up from her, but like growing like on her. And she is not okay. Is that a success or is that a
It's a
failure?
failure.
That's a failure. So you're gonna lose. How much sanity do I want you to lose for seeing this? Roll a d4, or no, roll a d6.
A d6. Not a problem.
We're nearing the end. I can start hurting you people.
Mm-hmm.
A
You
2.
rolled well.
A 2. Okay, you lose 4 sanity. Let's say
Okie
2
dokie.
plus 2. The 2 plus an additional 2 to make it 4.
Yeah.
Okay, there
I
you go.
get you. I'm still good.
You see that? She veins popping out of her skin, and Edward is there, and he seems fine with it. He doesn't seem disturbed at all by what he's seeing. In fact, it almost seems like he caused it.
Does
If you were to
Edward
judge the
see me
expression
there?
on his face.
Or
He
is he
does.
focusing on Melanie?
He does now.
Do I catch up
What
about
are you
this
gonna
time?
do here?
I'm guessing.
Say what?
Huh? Oh yeah, you see this now. You're here now. You're gonna roll a sanity check.
Okay. Cricket, what? Okay.
Yeah, Mallory's she's not dead, but she is dying. She's standing. She's she's
that
she's
is
leaning against
a
the wall.
success. Barely, but it is.
Okay. So she's like leaning against a wall. Edward looks back at you both and says, and just goes, "Told you didn't want to be here for this."
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
And
The floor's
he's
open
gonna-
up on the ballroom, by the way.
Cricket's gonna be walking straight up to Edward. It's like, needless to say, I guess I just want to go down into the abyss.
Wait, what?
You
I didn't
broke-
actually understand what you said.
He said,
Needless to say, I guess I just got too curious and wanted to look down into the abyss.
We all do every once in a while.
He's walking
How do you
up
think we ended
without
up
any
like
care in
this?
the world. Say what?
How do you think we ended up like this? We looked a
That's
little too
true.
close.
Say
What
what?
did you look at?
We looked a little too close.
At what?
You get a little bit too invested in the things you learn.
How close is Cricket to Edward?
Let's say 5 feet. Maybe 6. You're social distancing.
Well, he's wanting to get up close and just look at him. He's like, "You don't mind if I take a look at you, just to see this?"
Go ahead. I don't think you can do anything that would actually hurt me now.
Fair enough. As Cricket gets really close, and I'm gonna roll a sleight of hand, if that's allowed, DM.
I'll allow it, but I don't know what it's for.
What are you doing?
What you doing there?
Nothing up my sleeves, eh? Okay, let me try this.
That's good.
That's a success.
How much of a success?
A fairly good success. Let me see. It's just under an extreme. He's got a 10 for his extreme, but it's over a hard success.
Okay. So it is a hard success. You're trying to stab him, aren't you?
No,
Oh, what are you trying to do?
not stab. Just slash his throat.
Kind of stab.
Kind of stab.
Alright,
It's a straight razor. It's not a
It is.
stabbing. It's a slashing.
yeah. So
And I'm
it does
gonna
that.
say, while this is happening, while he's moving up and I'm assessing the situation, I'm pulling out my pistol and getting it ready
Okay.
and cocked.
Well, you might
Uh,
need that ready.
Hopefully without it being noticed because he's distracted by the man coming at him.
So it obviously affects him. Slash across was just, and he pauses for a second. He looks you in the eyes and says, "It's a little too late for you." And then before really anybody can react, you know how I mentioned that those veins were popping up from more than just the ballroom?
Mm-hmm.
From right behind Edward, just right through his back.
Mm-hmm.
And you're far enough away. I'm gonna say that you're far enough away that it doesn't like hit you, but it gets close. And there's a bit of blood splatter, admittedly. And it stabs through him. He's sort of shocked for a moment before and he goes limp. And while he can't really react because he's dead, you can hear just as the veins seem to spread through him. And I'm gonna make you roll another sanity check for that, because that's totally not traumatizing.
No, not at all. Does this seem to be the same thing that happened to Mallory?
Yes, it looks very visually similar.
Okay, that is a failure.
It's a heck of a success for me.
Okay, so you're fine.
Just like
roll another d6 for me.
D6.
I'm gonna say it's a d6 plus 2.
Okay. Oh, 6. Good. That's great.
6.
Yeah.
That's 8 gone from you. I'm not doing the
Fabulous.
temporary insanity thing because I feel like because it's a one shot, I feel like that's a little much. But yeah, you lose 8 sanity, and I'm gonna give you a compulsion. You are going to have a constant feeling that something is pressed against your back, specifically spine, mid-back, where Edward was stabbed. It's constantly going to feel like there's something poking at that, trying to push through.
You can just feel that. It's so visceral.
Yep.
Okay, so I think we should back up and go back to the burning plan.
And
Cricket kind of looks to, is it Mallory?
Mallory, yeah, she's from the like slight sounds of like hitched breathing. She's still alive, But it doesn't look like she's gonna be for very long. Or that she would want to be. She's in
Well-
pain.
At that, Cricket, is there a window in the library?
There is.
Okay. Cricket's walking forward, and he sees Mallory. He says, "I'm sorry, sweetheart."
And and then her head just sort of falls. And it couldn't be picked up on the mic, but she very quietly said, "Thank you."
Yep.
Yeah, I think you should get out of there, and we need to burn the ballroom.
And he says, "Ballroom's getting ready to blow, ain't it?"
Yeah, we
As
need
he
to make that
takes and
happen.
starts lighting books in the library. He says,
I'm just concerned
I
about
think-
more of those things popping up at, you.
as he says, "You got a gun? There's a window. Start shooting."
Make a quick listen check. Both of you.
Ah, okay.
Oh, and I forgot to mention there was screaming in the ballroom, but I couldn't. I had to come find you
Oh my
instead.
god!
I'll
Okay,
need to
how
quit
much
listening.
luck does it take to push?
To push it out of fumble zone, it's gonna take like 4.
Okay,
But you're
what if
not gonna succeed.
Yeah,
well-
no, but you can push a roll where you
Wait, how much
roll
did push
again,
roll
but then
roll
if
again?
yeah,
Say
if
what?
it goes bad, it goes really bad.
So you can push a roll where
Okay.
you can roll again, but if you fail, it's an instant fumble. But in this situation, it wouldn't matter because it's already a fumble.
So you might as
I
well
could make it a worse
push it.
fumble though.
Well, the deal is that my listen is at 50, right?
Yeah. So you could roll again if you push the roll. Essentially means re-rolling, but with greater risk.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't have to use luck though.
Well,
Wait, you
I
don't
mean,
have
it's
to use luck.
freaking listen, right? So
Yeah.
he's
Yeah,
already
but I mean,
trying
it
to
could
get
do
out
something
of the
better.
freaking building.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, I failed.
Okay. So how are you both? Did you both fail?
I failed. I didn't fumble, but I failed.
Okay. Okay. You fumble though. You hear a ringing in your ears, which seems to be coming from the veins a little bit. That's all you hear, and I'm meaning that. And the reason that that's a fumble is because sanity roll.
Okay.
I'm just pulling them all out right now.
That's what you do.
That's what you do. The climax of the game has to be oops, all sanity rolls.
47.
Right?
Success.
Okay, so you succeed. I'm gonna say lose 1 sanity for that.
Okay.
Do
I'm getting dangerously close now.
you want me to just make it 0 to make it a little? No, you know what? No, you lose 1 sanity. We're sticking with that.
Fine. That's fine.
I need to learn to be mean. Okay, so what do you do from here? Because you said that you were gonna shoot the windows.
I wasn't going to shoot the
Oh,
windows.
what
I
are you
was
gonna
gonna
do?
go to the ballroom.
Okay, you're going to the ballroom. What are you doing?
I'm setting fire to books, and now as she's going back, I'm like, as I'm going back after her. Right?
Okay, no more splitting the party. You're going to the ballroom?
Yeah, you gotta burn the ballroom.
So you get to the ballroom, and you're gonna have to make another sanity check.
Of course.
Because what you see in the ballroom is that the veins have gone a little crazy, a little wacky, a little off par, if you know what I mean.
A little wacky tobacco. Yep,
So-
yep, yep.
Success.
The veins have your success.
Mhm.
You will lose 2.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, you're gonna lose 2. You see what's in the ballroom too, right? Horace sees what's in the ballroom.
Horace, after seeing her go back, was actually going to plan, which was fine. Cooking sherry for Molotov.
Okay, then you don't have to roll here. Okay,
Okay.
good for you. You get there, and you see a few things.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm talking about Melly. First, the veins have since sprouted through the platform and have pierced into the coffin. And though you can't see what's happening in there, all you can hear it, and it is wet and crunchy. Mr. Orlander might be passed out, but that might be a good thing.
Yeah,
The scream that you heard seems to have come from Barbara, who is currently off to the side. Basically, her body is completely shriveled up, as her body has been drained of all fluids and nutrients by the veins that have stabbed into multiple points in her body, including arms, chest, head, side, legs, everything. She is half drained, shriveled, disgusting, multiple bones broken. She is in a lot of pain, but she is luckily dead by now.
Okay.
Father Turner is nowhere to be found, but luckily, at first it looks like there's nothing to be found. You see a bloody heap in the corner.
Oh.
It is a bloodbath. There's no survivors here.
Okay.
You came in here for nothing.
Except I want to burn it.
Can I get a dodge roll from you? I'm not doing any proper combat mechanics. I'm winging it as I go.
That is a success.
Okay.
Wait, not just half my dex. That is not a success.
Oh, okay. So you, as you run in, are hit by a vein shooting through the shooting through the floor that shoots through like your arm. It doesn't stick in, but it does take a chunk out of your arm. Am I gonna do proper health? Sure. How much health do you got?
9.
Cool. You lose a health.
Okay. Ow. I'm going to it's not current, there we go. I'm going to shoot the vein.
Go ahead.
Okay. Wait, come on, let me roll. What is my that is a fail. I miss.
Okay, you miss. It sort of hits the wall and chips at it before shooting off into another wall.
Cricket!
Cricket is in the kitchen making a Molotov cocktail with a cooking sherry and his sock.
So you can smell that Travis and Jesse did leave the gas on, so they're ready. They did their part.
Okay.
Since you can't see them anywhere and the door is open, it can be assumed that they ran outside.
Cool. That's what I wanted. As now I'm going back for Millie, who went into the ballroom, even though we already planned to have fire.
Well, I want to burn the alcoholic floor.
It's what this is for.
So, yeah, he enters the ballroom. Do I need to make a sanity check?
Yes, you do. You see the two just mutilated dead bodies in there. You see the fucking coffin that has the wet crunching inside of it. By now, you see one of the veins actually push out of the coffin through the top.
Yeah, I'm spending luck.
Yeah, you might want to.
I've got plenty of luck still yet. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm down to 35 luck.
You're a
So
lucky boy.
yeah, I've gotten out a few scrapes. And after seeing all this, he's like, nope. And he's throwing a lit Molotov.
You might want to run. You might want to run.
No, that's the deal.
Yeah.
He's throwing it to run. He's grabbing Millie, throwing it, and as soon as it leaves his hand, he's gone. So do I need to roll a throw?
Yes. Roll a throw.
Okay.
What are you throwing it at specifically? Just out of curiosity.
I'm throwing it where the whiskey was at.
Yes.
Okay.
Alcoholic floor.
Smart.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see a 1d100. Ooh. You know what? I think I can spend the 25 points from luck
to make that a success.
It's almost the end of the session. You'll be fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Unless
I've only
everyone
got
uses
10
theirs
luck.
for
I,
good.
I still have 10 luck again. So
Welcome to the climax, bitches.
What?
Welcome to the climax. Okay. Okay. So you spent the luck to succeed, right?
Mm-hmm.
You throw it. It hits it. It ignites really quickly, and you're really gonna want to get out of there.
Yeah. No, that's the
Go,
deal.
go, go.
I
It's
know. So
yeet. It's
Yeet, run.
It is. It is spreading quickly. The gas is spreading quickly. Run. Roll.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I'm just
assume
like
that that's gonna be a
grabbing hold of Millie
straight
and he's like,
dex.
don't look back. Keep running. Keep running. Keep running.
Yeah. So,
It'd be
I
funny.
think that's
like
gonna
he-
just be a straight dex. Maybe.
Okay.
Or what's your movement speed? You have movement speed.
Yeah.
I do have
Movement
movement speed.
is where's my movement? Where does it say movement?
It's at the bottom of the first page.
There it is. 9.
Mine is 8.
Okay. I'm trying to remember how movement speed works. Okay. Roll straight dex.
Straight text. Okay.
I have an idea.
Another 45. I'm good.
Okay. So you're gonna
Well,
be.
I succeed.
Yeah, I'm gonna take your dex because I don't
I'm
want to
good.
forget. With you.
I'm good.
Right
I
as
succeed.
you two both jump through the doors and speed forward as the gas ignites and the place just bursts. And as it does,
Oh, okay.
you can hear what sounds like a blood-curdling screeching from below. I'm not going to make you roll sanity because the pure catharsis of that happening is enough for me to say you're fine.
Yeah.
Sounds like what we wanted.
Alcohol saves the session.
I don't know
In
why
more
it's
ways than
so
one.
Cthulhu.
silly.
Even in Call of Cthulhu, we can't escape D&D logic.
Yeah.
So you're out. You see off to standing by the car that Walter had driven you in here in are Travis and Jesse, who are staring at the estate, just wide-eyed and horrified. So Travis looks at you both. What the fuck was that about?
It's a little complicated.
I have
But
time,
There's
but maybe we
this.
should get out of the storm.
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah, you're Travis looks at you both and says, "Found these. Whoever had them threw them out the door, and
What are they?
they look like car keys.
Oh,
I'm assuming
Well-
they're for this."
that's a good assumption. He didn't want us leaving.
You said you came here from a hotel down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah,
quietly,
I'm pretty sure we came
Travis-
from a hotel.
Travis and Jesse both get in the car and gesture for you to join them.
Yeah, absolutely. Do that.
You wanna know what happened, Travis? I'll tell you what happened.
I'm going.
Cult shit.
Why am I not surprised?
At least I think that's true. It seems culty.
Very culty.
There were tentacle vines. Did you vein
Yeah,
tentacles?
it's all
Did
some of
you
that
see
crazy
those?
shit back there. What the hell was going on?
Just hand forward Mary's book.
He takes it. It's just... I'm not much of a reader.
Well,
Check it out
You
when we
don't.
get back.
You
He
don't
hands
want
the
to
book
read
to
it.
Jesse, who holds onto it for him, and you all drive back to the hotel.
yeah.
And that's where we're gonna end it.
We survived.
It's like,
With one thing.
Nesta freaking turns down and says, "What happened? We gave your father Viking's death."
I will tell you one thing though.
One thing.
As you're driving back, you feel a slight odd feeling in your chest. Because I kept note of this. you got hit by the tentacle thing,
Mhm.
and you drank some of Mr. Orlander's blood, even if it was just a drop.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You feel something growing in your chest.
Mhm.
And that's where we're gonna end it.
I think I want like food with a lot of salt. Like I want the saltiest food. When we get back to the hotel, I want like a salt encrusted steak.
And Nessa goes on a high sodium diet.
Yeah, we all do.
Personally, I feel like some fish and chips.
That sounds good too. That would be good
Lot
too.
of fish and chips.
And that's where we're gonna end our session. Thank you everybody for coming.
Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. Hi.